All right. Good morning, everyone. I have 8:30. This is Chair French, and I am reconvening the evidentiary hearing in 21 EKME 320 TAR. We are now back on the record. At this point, unless there are any preliminary matters, we will just pick up where we left off with the examination of witnesses. And I believe we got through all of Evergy's witnesses, and we are now ready for AFPM. Ms. Griffin, I see you. If you are ready, you may call your witness.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. I also have one real quick preliminary matter. Yesterday I indicated I would get you dates for the direct testimony of Mr. Franz and Mr. Glass. The dates for both of those were June 6, 2016.
Thing you. The record will reflect that the two testimonies referenced that we took administrative notice of, that the dates, those filing dates were June 6, 2016. Thank you, Ms. Griffin.
Thank you.
And before you begin, I've heard a little background noise. If everybody could just make sure they are on mute, except for Ms. Griffin and her witness.
Are we ready? Thank you. I'd like to call Mr. Don Thoren to the stand.
Hello. Good morning.
Good morning, Ms.
You're muted.
Sorry about that. I believe your testimony has already been admitted. So at this time, I am going to swear you in. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Ms. Griffin?
Yes. Could you please state your name for the record?
Don Thoren.
And are you the same Don Thoren who offered pre-filed direct testimony and testimony in opposition to the non-unanimous settlement agreement in this docket on behalf of AFPM that has been admitted already into evidence here?
I am.
Okay. I'd like to tender the witness for cross-examination, please.
Thank you. I have first on my list for cross for Mr. Thoren, Curb.
Yes, thank you, Commissioner French. Initially, the CURB did have a few questions for Mr. Thorne, but following yesterday's testimony, we are not going to ask him any questions at this time.
Okay, thank you. Charge point.
We do not have questions, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. KCC staff.
Staff has no questions. Thank you.
Right. Evergy, Ms. Caper. I see you.
Yeah, I'm showing up as being on Amber Householder's computer. That's because we're having technical issues here on my computer. So I'm working on a foreign computer. I also, in my crosshair, I have one exhibit that I provided to the parties, and Mr. Vedotin last week, and because I'm not on my computer, I'm wondering if Mr. Vedotin could pull it up when the time comes versus me, since it's not on this computer.
Yeah, I'll start looking for it now, so hopefully it'll be relatively seamless.
It's exhibit number 3.
Okay, thank you, Glenda.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, good morning, Mr. Thoren.
Good morning. How are you?
You're a consultant for the interveners in this case, which is AFPM, KCGA, Fuel True, and Renew, correct?
I am staff for the American Fuel and Petrochemical Manufacturers.
You're staff for them, and you are not a lawyer, correct?
I am not.
Okay. Do you call them clients then, or members?
Our members. They are our members. We're a trade association. We charge membership dues to refiners and petrochemical manufacturers around the country.
All right. So were you a party to the 16 KCPE 160 MIS docket?
We were very late. We actually missed the deadline to submit testimony, but we were late into the process.
What about, you've referenced Westar's last rate case in the 18-328 docket. Were your client, or were you a party to that docket?
No, not at least not to my knowledge. I've been here with AFPM 5 years, 4 years in this role.
Okay, but you were a party to the last KCPL rate case docket, which was the 18480 docket.
Again, I don't believe so. I believe it was only the 16160.
Okay, in the 18480 docket, I did find the commission's order granting AFPM's intervention. You don't think that you were actually a party to that, or were you personally not involved?
I was personally not involved, as far as I know.
Now, in this case, the docket sheet for the commission indicates that you filed your petition to intervene on June 8th, 2021. Is that correct?
That sounds about right, yes.
And it indicates that your intervention was granted on June 29th. When the commission issued that order granting your intervention, did they limit your participation in this case in any way?
I don't believe so.
Were you allowed to conduct discovery?
I believe we were.
Okay, Mr. Fedotin, at this point, if you could, and if you found Exhibit 3, could you pull that up for me, please? Mr. Thorne, that is, did I say the wrong one? It should be AFPM's DR number 1. There you go. There. That's it. Mr. Thorne, I've had marked here as Evergy Exhibit 3.
Right.
AFPM's first data request to Evergy. Are you familiar with that?
Yes.
Do you know, is this the only data request AFPM issued in this case?
I believe so.
And Mr. Fedotin, if you could scroll down to the bottom. That was the only question that you presented to Evergy in the case, correct? Requesting a copy of everyone else's DR response, or the DR responses to everybody else's DRs?
Yes.
You didn't conduct any discovery on your own?
No.
So this data request was issued July 27th, I believe, if we could find the date. Yeah. You filed your testimony in this case on June 25th. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So at the time you filed your testimony, you hadn't seen any of the information that Evergy had provided to parties in response to discovery, correct?
Correct.
That's all I have. Thank you. I'd like to move for the admission of Evergy Exhibit 3, please.
Any objection? Hearing none, Evergy Exhibit 3 will be admitted.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Caper. Now we are.
I'm sorry. There was some confusion there, and I was trying to get, is that Evergy Exhibit 2 or 3? Just because I think 2 was the DR request that we just had on the screen. I just want to be sure we get the right.
Okay, that was my error, my mistake. It should be Evergy Exhibit 2, the intervener's first data request that we discussed.
All right, I'm changing my ruling then.
All right, thank you.
We are not admitting Evergy number 3 at this time. We are admitting Evergy Exhibit 2. All right. At this time, we will move on, and we are ready for commission questions. I will begin with Commissioner Keene.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Chair.
Morning.
And good morning to you, Mr. Thorne.
Good morning, Commissioner. How are you?
Your testimony, I think, represents some counterpoints to Evergy's proposed CCN plans and the settlement agreement. And I think it allows us to explore through this colloquy and cross-examination a bit more thoroughly the extent and nature of those concerns. Were you present at the hearing yesterday when Mr. Ives testified on behalf of Evergy?
Yes, I was.
Well, in light of that testimony, and in an effort to better understand your concerns, I would direct our attention to your testimony in opposition to the settlement agreement of July 30, 2021, specifically to pages 5 and 6.
All right, is that the rebuttal testimony?
I think it is. I think it's the testimony you gave on the 30th of July.
Right, so that would be rebuttal.
I believe it is. Are we good?
Hold on one moment, I apologize. I have my original testimony here.
Mr. Fadotin, is there any way we can do a split screen or something and throw up pages, first page of page 5 and then page 6 of that?
His rebuttal?
Yeah, please.
Yeah, give me a second, please.
I have it here, Commissioner. I
You have
apologize.
I'm sorry. No, not necessary, Brian. We don't need it.
Okay, thank you.
Right.
You do have it. You do have it in hand, right?
Right, it starts with that we have 3 primary concerns.
Exactly.
Right.
That's exactly it. Exactly. Now that's what I want to draw a bead on here, if I can.
Right.
What I would appreciate, Mr. Thorne, if given the fact that you were present for the testimony and cross-examination of Mr. Ives, what I'd appreciate is if you could please review for us each of these 3 concerns in light of the testimony in this hearing to date from Evergy.
Mm-hmm. Sure. We have, again, just 3 basic concerns. One, in looking back on previous decisions, it's really not the role of Evergy to provide, charging infrastructure or chargers, all of that. Number 2, our really big concern, our main concern is sort of the forced subsidization and, charging ratepayers, all ratepayers, for something that's going to really serve only a very, very small percentage of the population in Kansas. It just seems sort of, a little excessive, a little unfair. I think that folks who are getting an EV understand the costs involved in getting an electric vehicle, charging, certainly chief among them. And we just feel that that's, not really the role of Evergy to get involved in. And then the third, the whole TEP program and the recovery of costs, again, is something that we just, fundamentally on a free enterprise basis disagree with.
What does that mean when you say on a free enterprise basis? Expand on that. To what do you allude?
That's sort of our philosophy here at AFPM. We're a free enterprise association, right? We, our members do their work. They make their own investments. They tend to compete not just with each other, but with other energy services across the country. And sometimes they work together, and sometimes they work in concert with other energy providers across the country. But we always believe that it's a market-driven system, and that the market should be the one driving the need. There are plenty of EV chargers in the state of Kansas. If you look at it, sort of holistically, we use DOE's numbers when we put in our testimony. We use the Department of Energy numbers. They're maybe not the greatest, but we know that they're consistent across the board, so that we can compare states on an even basis. They're looking at California or Massachusetts or Connecticut or Kansas in the same way. So we can look at that and we can say, that in Kansas, there's a public EV charger for around every 3 electric vehicles. Now, I'm happy to use Mr. Voris's numbers from yesterday, which say it's closer to 5 vehicles for every charger. Well, that's great. And in fact, that's one of the best rates in the country. You look at California, where there's no other state that has an EV penetration rate anywhere near as high as California. They have a ZEV mandate in California. They offer rebates and have for a decade on the purchase of electric vehicles. They offer rebates on building infrastructure, and they've had utilities involved in the process of building out EV infrastructure across the state. And again, more EVs in California by percentage than any other state by far. Yet their rate of public chargers to EVs is 10 to 1, according to DOE. So Kansas is already, even at number 9, I mean, that's in the top 10. Kansas is already sort of ahead of almost every other state in terms of putting in chargers. And that's all been done mostly, Evergy had a part of that, but mostly by private companies building chargers and building infrastructure into the state of Kansas.
Okay. And to what extent does the nature of the competitive atmosphere play into your concern?
For us, it's really as ratepayers in the state, particularly our member companies. Refineries are massive users of electricity. If they're going to, raise the rate by a certain percentage across the board, obviously we're going to be paying more out of pocket than others. We also have thousands of employees of our companies that live in the state of Kansas who are residential users of electricity, who will also be paying again for something that only benefits a small number of Kansas.
Does your membership participate or wish to participate in the evolution of the EV charging station network in Kansas?
You'd have to ask those companies individually.
I can't. You're testifying.
Well, I haven't asked them those questions, and just to be clear, we represent the refineries, right? So we don't represent gas stations. Right? Okay. So gas stations are out there. Some of them are putting in chargers. That's their business decision. That's perfectly fine.
Okay. Fair enough. Yeah. Fair enough. I appreciate that qualification.
No problem at all.
A little difference of scale between a gas station and a refinery. Right. Let me turn to a different line of questioning. I'm almost finished. During a colloquy yesterday, principally between Mr. Ives under cross-examination by the chair, do you recall a discussion about guardrails, if you will, kind of a metaphor for some form of participation by Evergy in a competitive EV charging station marketplace that could be an alternative to or somewhat short of all aspects of their proposed CCN program? Do you recall that colloquy?
Yes.
What, to the extent you have an opinion, what is your take on the scope of these sorts of guardrails governing Evergy's participation in some form of an alternative approach to the CCN, if you have an opinion?
I mean, we certainly need more details on the approach, but from sort of a top line perspective, if it's a competitive process, right? If they're not trying to recover their costs by charging all ratepayers, it's a competitive process. I mean, it's hard for us to argue. Again, we need to see the details of the program.
Let me ask the question a bit more specifically. Mm-hmm. I think from your testimony, as I've read through it, both on direct and in opposition, you're pretty conversant with I think the nuances of the CCN, are you not?
I'm probably conversant with the type of program that it is. Perhaps not very specifically in Kansas, but the type of program that has been tried in many other states, including Kansas. So, okay,
well, that's just a lead up to me maybe re-asking the first question I asked, and if you can't answer, please don't feel compelled to make an effort. But I'm just asking for form you think some of these guardrails should take, reflecting back upon the concerns that you had.
Again, the discussion from yesterday, from a top line perspective, that's a good discussion. We'd have to see the details of the program, but if Evergy wants to, jump into the competitive market and find another way to recover costs by perhaps charging appropriate rates to use the EV infrastructure, or however, say, a company like ChargePoint does it, and we find it hard to argue with that.
All right, I have no further questions. Thank you, Mr. Thorin, for your responses to my questions.
Thank you, Mr. Commissioner.
Commissioner Duffy, any questions for this witness?
Good morning, Chair French, and good morning to you, Mr. Thorne. I just have one question. I am looking at your direct testimony that you filed on June 25th. I'm on page 5, and I'm on line 9, where you state Evergy is a competitor.
Mhm.
So I'm assuming that you're saying Evergy is a competitor to your members. So there's 3 refineries in Kansas, and from that, you've got other associated members. Is that correct?
Yes.
So you view them as a competitor in the matter of that they would be supplying fuel directly to a vehicle. Is that correct?
In this matter, yes.
In this matter.
Yep.
So, and your concern is that they're being subsidized, their activity, by ratepayers who pay their bill. The amount would be put in their bill and they would pay it. So my question is to you, does your industry, your refiner, and your associated members receive any sort of public benefit at all? Is there any tax credit? I mean, I know that you guys have to reformulate refineries twice a year because of the fuel type, right? You guys have to change over to
Yes, we do.
but in your
Summertime
process,
fueling.
right, in your processes, are you receiving any federal funding or support for any of your activities?
Not that I know of. I mean, I don't know what the individual companies are doing in terms of trying to find sources. So I don't believe that we do, though.
Okay. And you're not aware of any special rates that your companies receive as a result of their activity?
Special rates in terms of
electricity or any other supplier?
now that's an individual business decision between the refinery and the supplier.
Okay, all right. Okay, thank you. That's the only question I have, Mr. Thorne.
Thank you.
I think I have one question, and I'm searching for how to ask it. It's been touched on by others, but it goes to what you say is your primary issue. You said you're mostly in this as ratepayers, both the companies and employees, and take issue with the fact that as ratepayers, you're paying for programs that primarily go to serve a small subset of other customers. And I think I've accurately reflected that. Here's my question, and this may be a legal question, and if you're not comfortable answering it, then please feel free to defer and have folks address it in briefing. But in your opinion, is it an unlawful subsidy if a utility does offer programs that are paid for by all of its customers, but all of its customers actually receive a cost benefit, meaning the price they pay for utility service actually goes down as opposed to up as a result of the amount they pay for those programs? Does it still remain an unlawful subsidy?
That is a fairly nuanced question. And that does depend on a fuller examination of Kansas law. Again, I work in many states, and the law is different in every state. Board of the BPUs, as they call them in many states, behave much differently from state to state. So that's really, that's something we will follow up with in brief.
Okay, thank you. That is all I have for you. Ms. Griffin, do you have any redirect?
That's just really briefly. Mr. Thorne, you were asked a couple of questions by counsel for Evergy about participation in the 2016 and 2018 dockets. I just wanted to clarify, AFPM did intervene in the 2018 docket. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. But I don't believe AFPM was involved in the 2016 docket. Do you have different recollection than that?
Again, I don't have different recollection, but I was not in this role at AFPM in 2016. So I really, I can't answer that.
So you would defer to what the records of the commission reflects as to AFPM's involvement in 2016?
Yes.
Okay, that's all I have. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Thorne. You may step down virtually.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
At this point, we have reached, looks like charge point, but my records show their witness, Justin Wilson, has been waived on cross by all interveners, subject only to if the commissioners have questions. So let me ask the commissioners. Commissioner Keen, do you have any questions for Mr. Wilson?
Not for me, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Duffy, do you have any questions for Mr. Wilson?
Let me look here real quick. I did have one, but let's see if we.
Would you like me to introduce him in the meantime, Chair French? Would that be helpful?
I would appreciate it.
Go ahead and call Mr. Wilson.
Thanks so much. Charge point calls Mr. Justin Wilson.
Morning.
All right. Good morning, Mr. Wilson. I will go ahead and swear you in to potentially answer a question. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Okay, yes. Good morning. How are you?
I'm well. Good morning.
Good. Mr. Wilson, does ChargePoint operate any solar powered systems?
We could check on that and get back to you in brief. ChargePoint's main business model is that we sell the hardware and the associated software that allows the charging stations to operate. As part of a few grant programs, in particular earlier in this transition to electrification, we have owned and operated some stations ourselves. I know that a few of those stations, in particular in California, have some small level of battery backup associated with them. And so those could have some solar. However, I'm aware of the battery piece. I'm not aware of the solar piece. Be happy to get back with you. But again, I just want to emphasize that ChargePoint's primary business model is to sell that hardware and that software to the site host who would be operating the equipment themselves.
Okay, and I went on your website and you guys believe you are #1 in the country. Is that correct?
There's probably a lot of different metrics, ways to skin that cat, so to speak. But when we look across all the different market segments, residential, commercial, fleet, DC fast charging, we think, one, we provide the most comprehensive option for EV drivers. And then we do believe that those things taken collectively provide the largest network of EV charging stations.
Okay, so currently you have a relationship with Evergy with their their CCN. Is that correct?
That's correct. We've provided the hardware and the ongoing software management for that program.
And for the entire fleet of stations, correct?
That's my understanding. However, I focused primarily on the policy issues, and it'd be something to follow up with Evergy on because they have the whole scope of that program. But I believe that's correct.
Okay, and so they have stated during this hearing that if the commission does not approve the extension of the CCN, that they will sell their assets. And are you a potential buyer, or do you just continue in the management role, or would that be up for grabs whoever purchases the system?
So this is a new issue, at least based on the testimony I've reviewed. I don't, again, our primary business model is again, providing that hardware and that software. I think we would love to stay in that management role, whomever owns and operates those charging stations. We worked really well with Evergy. And, if approved, we would hope to continue that relationship.
Okay, so let me ask you, when the sites were developed, were you already ChargePoint on board as the manager, and was it your responsibility to get the city ordinance people and the, wherever they're located to arrange all that? Was that your responsibility, or is it to manage it after it's established?
Yeah, so I would characterize, I think what you're asking about is kind of site acquisition and development of the charging sites. And my understanding, this program began before my tenure at ChargePoint, is that we did not play that role, that was a role completely played by Evergy.
Okay, all right. Because I have gone on some of your competitors and they actually play that role and make those connections and work the site acquisition. And they also talk about how much time it takes to develop those and get approval.
Yeah, and I would say that is a role to some extent that we play for customers if that is a service that they would like. So for example, ChargePoint has a partnership with the National Association of Truck Stop Operators. And so obviously those organizations or their member organizations have a variety of locations that they've built out to provide fueling services, right? And that's primarily petroleum products, but it could be compressed natural gas, it could be hydrogen, whatever, though they're in the business of fueling, right? Somewhat agnostic of the fuel for many of them. And so we've signed that memorandum of understanding with that organization to work with their members to assess those individual sites, to provide them with some guidance on this, because it is a new, product for them. But, what I would say is that they are, again, in that business of fueling. And if things change, what I've seen of that industry, they're going to change to provide that service to their customers, which is a convenience service.
Okay. So in the 6 years that the CCN has operated, have you changed out equipment or recommended to Evergy that equipment needed to be upgraded or needed to be changed due to wear and tear?
I'm not aware of any of those conversations. What I would say, charging stations they're out there. They're often unmanned. They're in the elements. Everything from dust and ice can cause impacts to people running over the plugs from time to time. It happens, and there is some routine maintenance that needs to take place on the charging stations. But I'm not aware of any specific conversations, just a different side of the business that would have those conversations.
Okay, so you have staff in Kansas City to oversee this particular system, correct?
So I'm not aware of any staff we have in Kansas City. ChargePoint's primary, we work through a series of what we call partners. And those folks are on the ground, and they may do a number of things in addition to electric vehicle charging. It could be, a large electrical contractor, and this is one part of their business. It could be a warehouse that supplies, that equipment as well, and we can, provide parts through them. And so, really what we have is a network of both people who, understand how to install this equipment, or trained on it, can service that equipment through a relationship. And then we've got a network of suppliers who, house that equipment and can make sure that it gets where it needs to be in a timely manner.
Okay, in the Kansas City area, are you a system operator for any of the other charging stations outside of Evergy?
So we do have what I would call private customers. So they're not part of what I think, Evergy is described as the clean charge network. So that includes, workplaces that I'm specifically aware of, and others.
Okay, and what do you charge Evergy on an annual basis for your services?
I don't know the answer to that. Again, that's just a different part of the business that I'm not aware of.
Can you get that for us?
I would have to defer to our counsel. I would suspect that there is some sensitive business information that both Evergy and us would need to work through a process to ensure that would be appropriately protected, I believe. But if required and requested by the commission, we'll have to work with Evergy on how to comply that. There's probably business sensitivities on both sides of that, I would presume.
Okay, and that very well could be, and so I'm sure we'll want to take that into account. Mr. Wilson, who do you believe your number one competitor is in the charging industry?
So we're a global company.
Right.
We've got competitors in Europe. We've got competitors in the United States. What I would say is that primarily, we see, because we sell the hardware and the software, we see most people who are operating these charging stations as potential customers, not competitors. So in the context of Evergy or any independent fueler, such as those members of NATSO, we don't view them as our competitors. We view them as potential customers.
I was like referring to like others who provide the hardware, software.
Yeah. So on the side of things that are providing the hardware and the software, globally, there's an organization called EVBox. They're based in the Netherlands. They have a very similar business model, however, not as what I would consider a complete offering of products. And also globally, you have organizations like ABB. Who else is out there offering hardware? A company called Tritium and FSAC are global organizations that offer the charging hardware. On the network side, there's a couple of different companies. There's an Israeli company called Drivits, EVBox also operates a similar network to ours, bigger in Europe. We're larger in the United States.
Right. So 2 more questions. One, does your hardware allow any type of vehicle to charge in the existing CCN system? So if I pull up a Tesla or I pull up a Leaf, we can all charge from the existing CCN system.
So yeah, so what you're getting at is the plug standards
Yes.
that we have, and on the level 2 side, you have 2 standards. You have the J1772 standard, which all non-Tesla vehicles use, and then you have a Tesla. We can use an adapter and charge those Teslas as well. I believe those adapters come standard. The level 2 J1772 adapters come standard with a Tesla. Looked like you had a question there.
Well, I was just going to say, if you can just verify that any type of electric vehicle can bolt up from the existing CCN. My second question is this, related to residential, do you provide directly to the resident, or are you working with car dealerships?
Yeah, so we'll, on your first question, we'll address that in brief. What I would say is there may be a need for an adapter involved, but we'll address that in brief.
Okay.
On your second question, so we provide our home charging product through a number of channels directly on our website, Amazon, and other retailers. We do have partnerships with some automakers. So I'm not entirely sure how that trickles down to the dealerships level. So obviously those dealerships are oftentimes independently owned and operated. But we do have partnerships with some of those automakers that could provide an option to the dealerships themselves.
Okay. And I guess I'm going to violate, I did have one more. Do you advertise that and let consumers know that you're out there and EV is easy and we're around and all you have to do is plug in, do you take on that responsibility in terms of getting the word out?
I would say that our advertising and marketing is primarily about selling our products to site host. I would say that, obviously part of that is going to be that we feel like we make that consumer experience very easy. So to the extent that those two are connected, yes, we do play some small role in that.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Wilson. You've enlightened me on some of the details surrounding the specific operation, and I appreciate it.
Absolutely. Thank you.
All right.
Well, Mr. Wilson, I was not going to ask you a question, but since we got you up here, I was sort of, I am intrigued by the debate between ChargePoint and Evergy on the residential program and what the rebate should apply to. And I'm going to make some statements here of what I think the debate is. And then I'm going to ask you if I say something wrong, then please correct me. And then I just kind of want to get your response. As I understand it, and I'm looking at, you don't need to turn there, but I'm looking at page 9 of your direct testimony. And you just make a simple statement that instead of providing rebates for NEMA outlets, Evergy should provide rebates for the installation of EV charging stations. And as I understand it, your position is essentially that you would like to see Evergy incentivize the installation of chargers, a charging appliance in the home, instead of just a 240 outlet allowing level 2 charging. As I understand Evergy's response, I believe they have explained that many cars perhaps don't need a separate charging appliance, that the telemetry within that car and the software in that car can do a lot of what a charging station could do. And so by requiring a charger instead of just an outlet, you're adding cost and perhaps making their you're adding costs to customers and perhaps making the program less efficient. Does that accurately reflect the debate between Evergy and ChargePoint? And then if it doesn't, then correct me. If it does, then I guess I would appreciate any further response or nuance you might have.
Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry, Commissioner Duffy, were you chiming in? I think at a high level that pretty accurately describes the debate. I think, from the nuance that we have, what we see is, and I know there's been some discussion on this, however, I've had to step away from time to time. As EVs begin to become much more prevalent, what we are going to need is a system to help customers manage the charging of those EVs. One of the primary ways that we have seen utilities across the United States do that is through the charging stations themselves. And so when you have a charging station that is connected to a residence, there's a couple of important pieces to that. One is we can provide data to the utility. So just like we provide data to Evergy on how their clean charge network is operating, within that same platform, we can provide data to Evergy on what that residential charging looks like. So, again, the same level of granularity that they're getting on their system from the commercial side, they can get from the residential side. That is tied to a specific residence. When you're talking about vehicle telematics, I'm less familiar with what might be offered, but those things move around. They move from Kansas to Kansas City, Missouri, maybe 2 or 3 times a day. And we can connect, that data to a static premises, which we think is very valuable. So the data piece is one. And we think that the smart chargers are a very good and efficient way for the utility to get that data that, again, they've been able to use that through the charging stations on the clean charge network. And we don't necessarily aren't saying that it should only be ChargePoint's charging stations installed, but perhaps there's a list of qualified equipment, and Evergy can work with different manufacturers to make sure that they can get access to that data. So secondly, from our perspective, and it's not, there's, TOU rates are really great. But we think there are more sophisticated load management strategies that utilities could undertake. So I actually live in Denver, Colorado, and a big utility here is launching what I would call a huge home program. And as part of that, what they're doing is working with multiple residential charging station vendors and essentially going through a sign-up process with those customers and kind of what I would call dividing up when customers are going to start charging. So, it's helping those customers set the charging schedule on those charging stations and ensuring that customers will be charging during those charging times, right? And the utility can have that interaction with the customer to make sure that, if you've got an 8-hour, let's call it off-peak period, then not everybody's charging in the first part of that 8-hour period. You spread that out over time. Additionally, through the charging stations themselves, we've seen a number of utility-led demand response programs. So those are kind of tried and true. It uses the same technology that air conditioner programs use. And so it's an open ADR integration. And, it's kind of the inverse of the way you think of it with a charging station or an AC program where it's turning off the AC for a period of time. What you're actually doing is allowing the charging station to turn on and charge during a period of time. And so what we see is, I think is perhaps Mr. Dunbar, if I caught most of his kind of opening statement together, is how we interact with, the charging station isn't completely defined right now. But what we do know is we have kind of tried and true utility programs that use the charging stations themselves. And we want to make sure that, personally, we hope that Evergy does take a route to manage that charging appropriately. And we want to make sure that these investments today are installing the smart chargers that would make that happen.
Okay, I'm struggling with how to ask this question. I'm really intrigued by a lot of what you just said. I mean, it strikes me that there is a lot more functionality with a charging appliance versus just an outlet. But it also does strike me as sort of the Maserati. You can do everything with this, and so the question is whether that's the first step or the second step. So what's the depreciable life of a home charging appliance? I mean, is that something that's a 5-year, a 10-year, a 15-year appliance?
It's a great question. I get asked a little bit more on the depreciable life of the commercial charging stations than I do the residential. What I could say is that, I think that there are a set of, and I believe we proposed these in testimony, there are a set of standards that you can look to for kind of the robustness of those charging stations, right? All charging stations are not equal, but, I think that if what you want to encourage through the utility investments is quality installations, right? And you can look to things that are universal, like UL listing. So that's a robustness and a safety, kind of standard. And as long as, there's multiple products out there that at different price points that can meet that. So there's those different bells and whistles that customers can choose. And what you're doing is you're not, I think as was part of some of the testimony around the commercial rebate programs, you're not offsetting all the cost here, right? What you're doing is you're encouraging through the rebate, access to that rebate to install the smart equipment in addition to that outlet.
And just to make sure I understood one of your earlier points better, I think you compared the functionality of a home charger, sort of similar to maybe a rebate program with a home thermostat that the utility could gain access to and can control demand response events. Is that the right way to think of that?
I think once we get into the technical implementation, we get a little outside of my comfort zone, but that's my understanding. So there's a uniform system of protocols called Open ADR that allow those, like the air conditioner programs. I'm not sure if the thermostats use the same, but it was developed by one of the research institutions, I believe, in coordination with a California university. So that's open source. It's available. There's integrations and several residential charging providers use that to help customers manage the load. And by customers in this instance, it would be utilities.
Okay. All right. I think that's all I have for you, Mr. Wilson. Thank you very much for your responses. And let me ask Mr. Dunbar, do you have any redirect for your witness?
I think just a couple of short questions, Chair French. Thank you. I just thought it would be helpful, Mr. Wilson, to clarify the issue. One of the issues that Commissioner Duffy asked you about, which was the ability of any EV to charge at a level 2 charging station. At one of ChargePoint's level 2 charging stations, and I believe you promised that we would get back to her on whether the adapter that a Tesla vehicle needs to use a level 2 comes standard with Teslas. And so we will of course do that. Does Tesla, could ChargePoint install a Tesla plug on its chargers if it wanted to, or is that not something Tesla has agreed to?
I don't believe there's any mechanism for anyone other than Tesla to install a Tesla plug on a station, at least not in a legal and a legal way.
Okay, so ChargePoint couldn't put a Tesla plug on its chargers even if we wanted to. Is that a fair characterization?
Not integrating the plug directly into the charger. We've seen some folks who have tried to, in different ways, attach an adapter to the side of a charging station. But what that does is the energy flows through the CHAdeMO plug, which is one of the standards, into a Tesla adapter, not directly from the charging station into the Tesla.
Okay. But as long as the Tesla owner has the necessary adapter, they can pull up to any ChargePoint level 2 station and start charging. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. I don't think anything else needs clarification, Chair French, so I will stop there. Thank you.
All right, thank you. And thank you, Mr. Wilson, for your time. You may step down. I'm getting my list here, and it appears we have Curb next on our list. Mr. Love, you may call your witness.
Yes, Kerr would call Andrea Crane to the stand.
Good morning.
Hello, Ms. Crane. I am going to go ahead and swear you in the absence of a court reporter. So do you swear or affirm the testimony you are about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
Yes, could you state your name for the commission?
Yes, my name is Andrea C. Crane.
And Ms. Crane, did you file direct testimony, cross-answering testimony, and testimony in support of the now unanimous settlement agreement in this docket?
I did.
Okay. With that, I would tender Ms. Crane to any questions.
All right, I have AFPM as our first cross for Ms. Crane. Ms. Griffin, do you have any questions?
Yes, thank you.
Go ahead.
Good morning, Ms. Crane.
Good morning.
In your direct testimony, you made a recommendation that the commission reject Evergy's proposals to provide rebates to residential customers and rebates to subsidize other charging equipment like the commercial charging stations, correct?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And what were the reasons for those recommendations?
Well, the reasons were many of the concerns that came out of the 16 docket. I have philosophical concerns about Evergy being in the business of promoting electric charging, cross-subsidization issues with regard to the fact that only a very small number of people would actually benefit from these rebates, and yet the costs would essentially be socialized among all customers of Evergy. The fact that I'm not sure the utility is the appropriate entity who should be making or promoting a policy with regard to certain issues, including electric vehicles. So they were basically concerns about the same types of concerns that I had expressed in the testimony a few years ago.
Okay. And did you also base some of your concerns about a lack of evidence in the record to suggest that Evergy's customers are demanding additional charging stations or rebates to purchase EVs?
I did. Actually, in the 16-160 docket, I think the first finding of the commission in that docket was that there was no need for the CCN program. And in my testimony here, I reiterate that finding, that I still don't think that Evergy has demonstrated that there's a need in Kansas for that program, or specifically a need for Evergy to provide such a program.
And did you also reference continuing roadblocks, I'm using your terminology, against the purchase of an EV?
Well, I did. I expressed concerns that it's my understanding that the single biggest obstacle with regard to EV purchases is still the purchase price of the vehicles, as opposed to the availability of charging networks. And so that roadblock, would not be reduced with Evergy's program.
Okay. Did you also express some concerns about battery costs? I'm looking at page 18 of your direct testimony.
Well, I talked about, I'm just going to take a look at 18. Yeah, I would talk about the fact that battery costs, have declined quite a bit, and but there's still some research that suggests that a further reduction is necessary in order to make EVs available or attractive to a wider base.
Okay, and you referenced earlier another concern that you had were levels of potential cross-subsidization, and you discussed those starting at the bottom of page 19 of your testimony, continuing into page 20. Could you elaborate on what your concerns were about cross-subsidization issues?
Sure. Well, as I state there on page 20, requiring all customers to fund rebates to a select group of customers, it obviously results in cross subsidization. Not only that, but at least today, the EV purchasers tend to have a higher income than purchasers of non-EV vehicles, and therefore, to some extent, you are having your lower income ratepayers subsidize your higher income ratepayers. So that's certainly a concern.
And then on lines 10 and 11 of your testimony on page 20, did you also express some concerns about cross-subsidization related specifically to the CCN expansion piece of the TE?
Yeah, because the CCN would be available to not only to Evergy customers and ratepayers, but also to residents of Kansas that were not Evergy customers, as well as residents of other states. So essentially, the ratepayers of Evergy would be potentially subsidizing EV owners across the country.
Okay. And did you opine in your direct testimony as to whether Evergy should be in the position of making public policy?
I'd like to register an objection to this line of questioning. I've let it go on for quite a while, but the testimony has already been entered into the record. Having Ms. Crane go back and repeat what's already in there, the objection is that it's asked and answered, and this is just repetitive, adding to the record unnecessarily.
Griffin, any response?
Yes. I'm trying to lay a foundation for questions I'm ultimately going to ask her about subsequent testimony that she gave in the case in light of in her cross-answering testimony and in support of the settlement.
So I am going to find this is pretty cumulative. It is, just repetition of what she has already put in testimony. However, I understand some level of summary may be necessary, but please keep it short.
Thank you.
I believe your last question was about public policy, and yeah, generally, I don't feel that a regulated utility that's a monopoly should be forcing ratepayers to fund public policy positions. I think that if the EV charging is an important public policy issue, which I think it is, by the way, I think it is, but I just don't believe that it's the role of the utility company to be forcing its ratepayers or to be using its ratepayer funds in order to promote that policy. I think that there are other organizations, entities, government agencies, et cetera, that and the private marketplace that are better situated to do that.
Thank you. And you also expressed some concerns about the net benefits estimated by Evergy, and without rehashing your testimony and for the purpose of moving this along, have any of those concerns that you expressed changed?
No.
And have any of the other concerns that you expressed in your direct testimony changed as you're sitting here today?
No, I still have all those concerns.
And regarding specifically the piece of the TE that relates to CCN expansion, do you continue to believe that that is outside of the basic service mission of Evergy?
I do.
Okay. And do you still believe, as you're sitting here today, that Evergy's request to expand the CCN should be denied?
I do.
I have nothing further. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Got charge point. I believe You have waived, but Mr. Dunbar, could you confirm you have no questions for Ms. Crane?
Correct. No questions. Thank you.
KCC staff,
No questions.
Evergy,
Thank you.
Yes. Thank you. Good morning, Ms. Crane.
Good morning.
Okay, so I'm at my computer. Can you turn it over to me, Mr. Fedotin, so that I can pull up my exhibit 3? Or do you want to do that? I don't care.
It might be easier for me to do it.
Okay.
I actually have that as well.
Okay.
Is this the correct document?
Yes, it is. Thank you. And I have marked this as Evergy Exhibit 3. Ms. Crane, could you identify for us what the document is?
Yes, it's the company's response to CURB data request 17.
So this is a data request issued by CURB, and it was responded to on April 13th.
It
of
was.
this year. And does this indicate what the bill impact would be for the cost associated with the deferred cost proposed for the EV program?
Yes, it does.
And it indicates at the end there that the impact would be 30 cents per month for Kansas Metro and 8 cents per month for Kansas Central. Is that correct?
That's correct. That's what it indicates.
I'd like to move for the admission of Evergy Exhibit 3 into the record.
any objection? Hearing none, Evergy 3 will be admitted.
That's all I have. Thank you.
All right. We have now reached the point of commission questions, and I will begin with Commissioner Keen. Do you have any questions for Ms. Crane?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, Ms. Crane.
Good morning.
Really just one question for you. It's kind of an overview question and provide you with some latitude to provide an answer. While the enactment of House Bill 2145 eliminates some major obstacles, I think, to the expansion of EV charging stations by private entities, and it facilitates a competitive marketplace. In your opinion, could you identify any market structure prerequisites that you believe are necessary to encouraging the development of a competitive EV charging station marketplace in Kansas? And a further expansion of that question would be, how does the proposed Evergy CCN program assist in accomplishing or diminishing competitiveness?
That's a long question. Well, I do think
the answer need not be as long as the question.
No, that's fine. First of all, I think that we're already taking steps here to promote. We're taking a lot of steps here actually to promote EV charging. We've done that through the stipulation in this case. So I think, while there's been a tremendous emphasis during the past day of hearings on the CCN, I think it's also helpful to keep in mind that we have supported a fairly significant program. And in fact, the rate impacts, though, that Ms. Kafer just asked me about, I believe did not include the rate impacts of the CCN program. I believe that the data request Exhibit 3 actually just talks about the $19 million total program for the EV piece that the company asked for with regard to rebates, et cetera, in this case. We've approved quite a bit of that, or we've supported quite a bit of that. So we are hoping that through these efforts, at least to reach out and see if in fact we can make a difference in the development of the EV market in Kansas. CURB is supporting extensive residential discount rebates. We're supporting extensive commercial rebates. We're supporting a provision that the level of commercial rebates can actually be expanded under certain circumstances. We are promoting and supporting 2 new rate structures that we think will lead to the enhancement of EV charging in Kansas. We are supporting a $2.3 million customer education and outreach program that we think is will be very beneficial to overcoming any obstacles to EV charging in Kansas. We look forward to what we hope will be a $7.5 billion investment by the federal government in EV charging networks throughout the country, including in Kansas. So, you know, I don't know that there is any one specific obstacle to EV charging, but CURB has joined in the stipulation and views itself as a partner to see if some of the actions that we do support can in fact help to develop this market. Now, with regard specifically to the CCN program, you know, there was Ms. Kafer actually in her opening statement said that if you think that EV charging is a toy or if you think it is a fad, you will deny the CC charging aspects of this proceeding. Well, I don't agree with that. I don't think that it's a toy, and I don't think it's a fad, and I don't think CURB thinks it's a toy or a fad, and I don't think the commission thinks that it's a toy or a fad, but there still may be extremely valid reasons for deciding that it's not the role of the utility company to use ratepayer funds to get into that particular business at this time, especially when viewed with all of the other things that are going on around the country with regard to the EV charging network. So, you know, that's a long way of saying, I don't know what the one thing is that is needed to blow open this market, but I think that we are making good progress towards assisting with market development. I would also note, though, that given some of the storms that we've had this summer, I think some people have begun to dial back just a little bit on electric vehicles and what happens if, I mean, I happen to live in Florida. We're notorious for hurricanes here. In Connecticut, we used to lose power all the time when I lived in Connecticut for 30 years. I mean, that was a regular occurrence. And so I think there is a concern that maybe hasn't been expressed until very recently about, does it really make sense, you know, to have a goal of, let's say, 50 or 100% electric vehicles? I don't know the answer to that question. I'm just throwing it out there. But I really don't want the commission to lose sight of all that CURB is supporting in this proceeding with regard to the EV program.
Thank you for the very detailed response. I appreciate it. One more question from me and Ms. Crane, if I might. If Evergy proceeds with an expansion of the CCN program, in your opinion, which costs associated with that program should be borne by ratepayers and which should be borne by shareholders?
I don't think that any of the costs should be borne by ratepayers. I think if they want to proceed with the program at this time, shareholders should be willing to pay those costs. In the 16160 docket, you know, the company had already begun construction of the program, was well along in its program before it requested commission authorization to recover those costs. So I guess the company had no choice but to continue. In this case, there's been testimony that shareholders will not subsidize or pay for the program. I don't think ratepayers should either. And I think that, you know, the bottom line is I don't think ratepayers should pay for any of it. If in fact the commission is so inclined to have ratepayers pay for some of it, then I think shareholders should pay for half of it as well. I think, and I'm talking about the new program, not the 2016 program. If it's not that big of a deal to ratepayers, well, it shouldn't be that big of a deal to shareholders either.
All right, very well. Thank you, Ms. Crane, for your responses to my questions. I have no further questions.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Commissioner Keen. Commissioner Duffy, any questions for Ms. Crane?
Yes, thank you. Ms. Crane, I just want to get some clarification from Commissioner Keen. When you said that shareholders should make payments as well, pay for it, are you talking about an expanded CCN or are you talking about the rebate portion?
In my testimony, I had a recommendation that if you approved the rebate program, shareholders should pay 50% of that program. CURB has now signed a stipulation we have agreed to have ratepayers bear the entire costs of the rebate programs that are included in that stipulation. And I'm not changing that position. I mean, CURB's position is that ratepayers should be paying those rebate costs. We've agreed to do that. My response was, if in fact you go further and you now say that the company should expand the CCN program and that you think ratepayers should have some responsibility for those costs, then I would ask you to also require shareholders to have some responsibility for those costs.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for that clarification. In terms of shareholders paying for anything related to EVs, are you aware of any other utility where shareholders have taken on such responsibility?
I'm not aware of any utilities. Obviously, shareholders of other companies have taken on responsibility through the private enterprise and through charging stations that are funded by private entities. But in terms of utilities, I'm not aware.
Okay. Related to charge points, additional testimony that they believe it's the charger that should receive the rebate and not just a plug. What is CURB's reaction to that?
Well, I'm not really an expert in hardware, so I can tell you that I think that CURB's position is that we have agreed to make $500 in certain circumstances, $250 in other circumstances available to residential customers. I'm not sure that CURB necessarily has a position about the specific hardware that is best to receive that subsidy. I think from our point of view, we have agreed to those rebates in order to facilitate residential customers being able to charge their vehicles in their home. However is the most efficient way for them to do that, I think CURB would support.
Okay. So you're aware of the Biden plan or the infrastructure plan. Do you, representing CURB, have an opinion about the potential funding that could be coming to Kansas related to that plan? And I've asked other witnesses, should we not wait to see what's involved in that plan?
Well, I mean, obviously, I think you should wait. And I agree with everyone who has said that we really don't know what a final bill is going to look like. But right now, the numbers I've seen are about $7.5 billion specifically for infrastructure charging. And that would be obviously nationwide. So I'm sure there would be, perhaps some sort of a battle as to who gets what share of that, or even what the final number will be. But I think it's clear that there are dollars coming from the Biden plan. And I think that is another reason why it doesn't make sense to go forward with having ratepayers pay for the CCN expansion at this time.
Thank you, Ms. Crane.
Thank you, Commissioner.
All right, the commission is going to have to break at 10 o'clock for our regularly scheduled business meeting. We're usually pretty quick at those. So just want to make sure everybody's on notice. I've got one question for you, Ms. Crane, and I hope we can wrap it up in the next 5 minutes. My question is, it's going to go to the CCN, and I know this is something you've got a lot of concern about. And so I just want to make sure I get your response. We've had a lot of discussion yesterday and beginning today about, is there a way we could move forward with that, putting more guardrails around it to make sure that it is truly filling in the gaps, meeting unmet demand by the competitive market, and not, I think, as you said, not having the utility get into the business, but rather just ensuring that they are not an impediment. I think you've heard some of the discussion of potential conditions that could be placed on that, perhaps limitations on the budget as well. Would just like to, if you are familiar with that discussion, would just like to get your opinion on whether that program would be more palatable, less of a subsidization concern with a number of guardrails on it, or if, in your opinion, it is still unsalvageable. I would just appreciate your opinion.
Sure. First of all, I think you have guardrails in the settlement proposal. You have guardrails through the rebate programs that we've supported. You have guardrails through the customer education that we have supported. You have guardrails through the new rate structures that we are supporting. So it's not like we're sitting back again and doing nothing. Do you want to go further is the question. And do you want to actually now get into a program that is going to require a rate base investment that's going to be, in rate base for the life of the underlying plant, that the company is now going to be earning not only a return of its investment, but also a return on its investment. It would now be turned into a profit center for the company. And it raises a lot of competitive concerns. I think the answer to that is no. Obviously, if you're going to do it, we would like the number to be smaller rather than larger. But I don't think it's necessary. And B, I don't think it's appropriate. And so the answer to that really, from my perspective, is unfortunately, no. I think you should just deny the CCN expansion unless the company wants its shareholders to pay for it.
Thank you. Appreciate the response. Mr. Love, do you have any redirect for Ms. Crane?
I do not.
All right, that's great. That gets us to our business meeting in time. Ms. Crane, you may go ahead and step down.
Okay, thank you, Chairman French.
Thank you. Everyone, I believe we will go ahead and recess at this time rather than start a new witness. And Brian, what would you recommend as far as returning? Would you recommend that we have a set time?
I think that probably makes sense just because the general public may be watching and to be sure that they are able to hear everything.
I suspect we can wrap up our business meeting in less than 30 minutes. Usually it's much shorter, but perhaps 10:30 just to be on the safe side.
I think that's very safe. I mean, I would guess that if push come to shove, we could probably do it in 15 minutes, but this way it gives everybody, I think 10:30 is smarter to give, not to rush the business meeting, and it'll let all the participants stretch their legs a little bit. So yeah.
That's my thinking as well. This will give everybody a chance for a short break as well in the mid-morning. So we will go into recess now. We are off the record in this proceeding to return at 10:30 a.m. Thank you.
Testing, 1, 2, 3.
I hear you. Thank you.
All right, my clock just turned over to 10:30, so we are no longer in recess. We have reconvened, or we are reconvening the evidentiary hearing in this proceeding, and we are back on the record. At this time, it looks like we are ready for the examination of staff's witnesses, and Mr. Neely, you may call your first witness.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The The schedule of witnesses actually shows Justin Grady going first, but if there are no objections, we'd actually prefer to have Dr. Robert Glass go first and save our Clean Charge Network witness for last.
As
So
you
I'd
please.
request permission to call Dr. Robert Glass to the stand.
Good morning, Dr. Glass. Before I turn you back to Mr. Neely, I will go ahead and swear you in. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. Mr. Neely?
Dr. Glass, can you just verify that you're the same witness who pre-filed testimony and errata testimony in this
Yes,
case? Okay, I just note for the record that's already been admitted as a pre-filed or a preliminary matter, and I tender him for cross.
Thank you. I have Citizens Utility Ratepayer Board first on my list for cross. If you have any, Mr. Love.
Sorry, I had to unmute. No, we have no questions.
AFPM, Ms. Griffin.
Thank you. I have a few questions. Good morning, Mr. Glass.
good morning.
On page 9 of your direct testimony, you testified that Evergy's stated role is to support and encourage EV adoption in the short term, and that EV charging infrastructure is essential to EV adoption, but Evergy provides no evidence that its programs will increase EV adoption. And my question to you is, since you provided that testimony, has Evergy provided any evidence that its rebate programs will increase EV adoption?
No,
And you also testified that it is difficult to imagine many situations where a $500 rebate for installing a 240 volt plug will make much of a difference in a customer's decision to buy an EV. And my question is, do you stand by that position?
yes,
Okay.
Ms.
And would you
Griffin, again, I'm just going to ask if we're just confirming what's in the testimony. I don't have any reason to believe Mr. Glass has changed his testimony. And so I would ask to move to more substantive questions.
Okay. Well, Mr. Glass, are there any aspects of your testimony that have changed?
I don't think so.
Okay. And do you have any concerns as you're sitting here today that if the EV market were to develop quickly, that there will be a problem catching up with the curve in terms of installing additional needed charging infrastructure?
No,
I have nothing further. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Griffin. We now move to ChargePoint. Can you confirm you have no cross for Mr. Glass?
That's correct. Thank you.
Thank you. Evergy.
I have no questions. Thank you.
All right. We have now reached the anticipated point of commissioner questions. Commissioner Keen, if you have any questions for Mr. Glass.
Good morning, Bob.
morning.
Dr. Glass, I'd have this question for you, if I could. Were you present yesterday to hear the testimony and the cross-examination of Evergy witness Darren Ives?
I heard most of it, yes.
Okay. Did you hear the portions that had to do with my inquiries about different aspects of the impact on competitiveness in the EV charging market that were either presented, posed, or answered by the CCN proposal?
Yes, I did.
Well, generally, Mr. Glass, Dr. Glass, what I would ask you is, in a nutshell, or large or small, it can be a large nutshell if you wish. What is your take on the impact of the Evergy proposed CCN program on competitiveness in the EV charging station market in Kansas?
Well, I didn't really cover the CCN in my testimony. I don't Evergy makes the argument that the part of their service territory that has the CCN in it, Johnson County primarily, is also the area that has the strongest growth of electric vehicles and other charging facilities. I would argue that the CCN probably has very little to do with that. And the fact that Johnson County has a per capita personal income of about 140 to 150% of the national average, is one of the richest counties in the area, still is growing, and that is primarily the reason for the growth in that area. I don't know the effect of the CCN on competition. The fact that so many charging stations were put in, there were charging stations being put in before they were actually legal, it seemed to me. And, you know, you could just see them. And there's a database that has, I don't remember, 800, 900 for Kansas. And when we looked at that for Lawrence, Dr. Ellis and I were able to find 8 other charging stations that weren't listed and that weren't part of the CCN. So it seems to me, and there's one other factor here too. We looked up how much these charging stations charged, and they charged $17.99, or you could get a package deal where you paid $4 a month and you paid $15.99 or $14.99. That's less than the tariff value, the tariff cost of the CCN, which is $20 off peak, I think, 21 on peak, or 25 on peak or something. It averages out to about $21. So I don't see where it's having a big effect one way or the other.
Okay. Fair enough. Well, I appreciate your willingness to respond. I have no further questions for Dr. Glass. Thank you very much, Dr. Glass.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Keen. Commissioner Duffy, do you have any questions for Dr. Glass?
Yes, I do. Thank you. Good morning, Dr. Glass.
Good morning.
Are you aware of the infrastructure bill that is being considered by Congress at this time?
Yes, a couple of weeks ago, I spent some time, went over it, and yes, I've looked at sections of it.
Okay, and are there sections in the bill that relate to electric vehicles and the infrastructure supporting those vehicles?
Yeah, just a second. Let me get my notes. I'm old, I forget. There are 2 sections that I found that had substantial stuff about electric vehicles, electric vehicle charging. And this is the infrastructure bill. This isn't the budget reconciliation bill. This is the 1.2 billion.
That's correct.
Okay, there's one subsection, one subtitle called D, called climate change. There's a subsection that says grants for charging and fueling infrastructure. It's pages 300 to 320. And by the way, it's 2,740 pages. And I had to read James Joyce's Ulysses in college, and it made more sense than this. Okay, the purpose of this section. So there are 2 sections. There are 2 sections that have something about EV infrastructure. There's this one section that has grants. It's $2.5 billion. And the purpose is to strategically deploy public accessible EVs, hydrogen, and natural gas infrastructure for charging, for automobiles. So if there is a breakthrough in hydrogen, one could see this money flipping quickly to hydrogen away from electric vehicles. That's always a possibility. anyhow, there's stuff in there about the eligibility of the application, location. Priority of grants was the most interesting thing to me. Starts off with rural, then low to moderate income, and then high percentage of multifamily dwellings. Those were the three priorities in the bill. So in our terms, that would be underserved. Only 5% of the money can be used for education and community engagement. If you want me to go through, I've got the section right here. I can go through it on page by page basis and bore you to death. So that's the first section.
Okay.
Yeah, the second section is a program for states, and it is the $5 billion, combined $7.5 billion. This money is to go to the states. The money is for a national electric vehicle formula program, and formula is the key. The money goes to the states for, again, electric vehicle infrastructure charging and data collection. We'll pay up to 80% of the infrastructure. This is very similar to the Kansas Department of Transportation, RFP, which paid 80% up to $150,000 for a station, for a DCFC, for the fast charging stations. They're supposed to have something, they're supposed to start on this program within 90 days, and they're supposed to have standards out within 180, and it runs from fiscal year 2022 to 2026. That means it starts October 1st, my understanding. There is also in the program, in the infrastructure bill, $7.5 billion for school buses. And that is designed again for underserved, low income to moderate income. That they used to call these low income programs, and now they call them income qualified because it's just medium income people that make $50,000, $45,000 a year really can't afford a new electric vehicle. So they've changed that. Again, I can go through the details of that if you want. It runs from page, let me find it here. Well, I have it here somewhere. Oh, here it is. Well, that is. Well, it runs from 2622 to 2636, I believe. I have a thing from the department, from the White House, that gave me some idea of what would come to Kansas. Now, this is from the White House, and then this is the direct quote from the White House. Under the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act, that's the infrastructure bill, Kansas would expect to receive $40 million over 5 years to support the expansion of EV charging network in the state. That's from the $5 billion program. Kansas will also have the opportunity to apply for the $2.5 billion grant funded dedicated to EV charging in the income bill. Then there's a footnote. These values are estimates and may change upon factor data each fiscal year. So, you know, it's going to be about $40 million for Kansas over 5 years, $8 million a year. That's about all that I can really tell you about that.
Okay. I believe there was also in the bill some transit dollars as well.
Yes.
For public transportation for electric buses. Is that not correct?
Yes, there is.
Okay. All right. Thank you. So I'm so glad that you were able to find that information and share that with us. I do think that is important for us to know as we contemplate this docket. Do you feel that there is some relationship to perhaps the money coming down and what could transpire with that money versus the docket that we have before us today?
Well, I don't remember exactly whether it's $25,000 or $20,000 Evergy's going to pay for a charging port. This is going to pay 80%, which is a lot more than that. I made the comment in my testimony that the federal tax credits trump they have a much bigger effect on whether EVs are going to be adopted. So I would suspect that when this money comes down, and one of the best things for me about the Department of Transportation taking the $2 million from the Volkswagen Fund and putting in 12 charging stations is this is the executive department making a decision to subsidize electric vehicle infrastructure. I shared Andrea Crane's concern about electric utilities making state policy. I really like the idea of elected officials making policy and the rest of us following. So we know that at least the executive branch in Kansas favors subsidizing infrastructure with basically found money rather than Kansas taxpayer money. Now, Kansas taxpayers are going to pay for this in some sense, but it's really socialized across the country. And if we don't take advantage of it, somebody else will get it. So I think that just because there's more money and because they're willing to pay more for a charging station, that at least it's going to impact where Evergy can put, where they can subsidize charging stations. I would think if I was somebody who's going to build a charging station, I would look for the 80% payment rather than just 20 or 25,000. That's just, an economist thinking that people think that way.
Very good. I appreciate that. And I appreciate you understanding what was in the bill and sharing that. Also, the Volkswagen settlement, that you are aware of the recent action that's taken place. And again, sharing it with us, that's important. Could I ask you briefly about time of use? You mentioned it in your testimony, but in terms of that, we already have some time of use rates in the Evergy territory, and it appears they've not been adopted to any great extent. So what will change with folks buying a electric vehicle? Are they going to be more prone to adopting some and determining that time of use is their best option? Or what is your opinion there?
I actually printed out the time of use bills or the time of use tariffs. And of course, I can't find them right now. Okay, in Evergy Central, I checked this morning, there were 24 customers in the last rate case on the time of use bill. 24, it got to as high as 42, but it fell back again. And it is much lower, the rates are much lower than in Evergy Metro. Evergy Metro, they said they had 1,200. They spent $2 million, or they had a $2 million budget, let's put it that way, for marketing and education and advertising, and they got 1,200. There are over 40,000 Evergy Central or Evergy Metro customers, same customer base, that are on the average pay plan. I think you really, you're going to have to force people to go on time of use. People do not want to be on time of use. I think that's obvious. There are a few people that do. Most people want to pay their bill and then forget about it for the next month, and then pay their bill and forget about it for the next month. And I've talked to enough people on the phone that I think that that's there are probably 5% at most that are going to voluntarily go to a time of use program. Even if you make it so that it's beneficial to customers that have EVs. For example, the time of use program in Evergy Metro in the summer, during the peak period, which I believe is 4 to 8, the rate is over 25 cents a kWh. So it's 4 cents at night. Okay, I can charge cheaply, but if I've got teenagers and I've got air conditioning, I've got a problem, and I'm not going to want time of use. So I don't really know how you do this. This is one of the problems that the Sierra Club has run into in their the sort of conflicting goals in their request for rate design. They want higher rates because that encourages energy efficiency, and then they want lower rates so they can encourage EV adoption and charging at night. I don't know how you get around the basic problem of how you set up time of use where you don't subsidize them, and at the same time, you can get them on the time of use. I find it a very difficult problem. That doesn't mean it can't be done, and there are a lot smarter people than me. And Brad Lutz, if anybody can figure it out, he can figure it out. But I haven't figured it out.
Okay, so as we look at in a lot of, you had a lot of tables that and scenarios that you ran, but overall, as we look at EV adoption, and the company has pointed out that in terms of residential charging, that under their program, there'll be a savings of 0.03, I believe. So how does that really comport with what you just said?
If you charge people, one of the key factors for non-EV owners that don't charge, one of the things that makes it beneficial to them is the more that the EV customers pay to charge, the better it is for the other customers.
Sure.
The less they pay, the worse it is for other customers. We did a scenario where we put in the average EV. We used the average residential. We put in a time of use, and we used the regular rate. And there's a significant jump in the benefit to non-EV customers if the EV customers stay on a regular rate rather than time of use. One of the things that's really difficult to understand about the benefit cost analysis that was done by ICF, and I want to make it clear that that's very similar to what all other areas that we've checked have done. What they did seems very bizarre if you're just looking at it for the first time as an economist, but it's what everybody else does. And, there are reasons in my testimony why they do that. The thing that is difficult to put together is that the benefits come after the 10 years. They have 10 years where there's EV adoption, and where the programs, they don't have programs as such, but they have infrastructure appearing, and they have all types of stuff happening so EV customers can charge. They have public charging, they have all these things happening, but they don't have any entity doing it. So it just sort of magically appears. For the first 10 years, these programs, especially if you look at a lower EV adoption rate, or if you look at a higher EV cost differential, these programs, the ICF programs, ICF model for the first 10 years actually shows negative results. It's only after 10 years you get all the positive benefits. In other words, when they stop putting in stuff for the electric vehicles. My question is, and we tried to do this and we were unsuccessful, and I don't know that ICF could do it. And we bothered them plenty, so we didn't need to bother them anymore. But what happens if you just keep rolling these programs over? If you just keep rolling more EVs and EVs, does it ever turn positive? My intuition is that it does eventually, but I'm not sure when. And that would be a real interesting thing to study, because all of these benefit cost tests, all these benefit cost analysis are the same way. They look at it for, look at it for 10 years out, and then, they don't, nothing more is done. And they just look at those EVs, and yeah, after 10 years, when you stop putting in infrastructure, it's beneficial. I just don't know. I do know this, that it's more beneficial to if you believe, and there's nothing else to really go by, but if you believe the Evergy forecast, it's cheaper for non-customers, for non-EV users. It's cheaper for them if Evergy doesn't have the programs, because they're still going to get the benefit of the charging. The charging is still going to reduce their rates. It's just a typical load building program that helps everybody. That's basically what we found in our analysis.
Okay, I appreciate that. Thank you, Dr. Glass.
All right, I have a couple questions based on that, and because you just said it, I'm gonna go right back to what you just said, and I think this is related, if I'm not completely mistaken. But there was something you said in both your written testimony and your testimony here that really surprised me, and it was that I think that it was a bigger cost benefit to all customers if the EV drivers are not on a time of use rate. In other words, that they're paying higher rates. And I get that. They're providing more revenue. My intuition would have been that, over the course of time, though, you're going to have to build more infrastructure because they're not charging at the right time, because we're not managing that. Any comment on that? I mean, could it be expected that over more time, it would be more cost beneficial for them to be on time of use rates for the whole system? Or is that not your finding? Your finding is it's just better to not manage their charging and charge them more money?
Okay, we didn't specifically look at that. We didn't look at what would happen.
I may have gone too far.
If you manage charging. But there is the assumption, when we put in the TOU rates, we changed the behavior of the customers. We used what ICF had and what Evergy gave us. So Evergy had two different basic behaviors of EV customers, those on regular rates, those on TOU rates. And on the TOU rates, they charge more at night, etc. So that's how we were able to see the difference in rates. My guess is that people charge when they want to charge, for the most part. I suspect that when they get the charger and if they have the ability to program it, then that's really good. If it can be done automatically, I suspect that they will use the time of use rate to their benefit. If they have to consciously make the effort, decision fatigue sets in probably after about 3 days.
Then to the other part of that, I think your cost benefit test, I mean, it is heavily influenced by the revenue that those folks provide. Would you say that it does not try to make a lot of projections about, for instance, if a large amount of EV drivers in the future are not charging at night, or not charging when we want them to charge, and we have to build a bunch of infrastructure to help serve that? Is your cost benefit test trying to project what those future costs might be, or is it much more influenced by the revenue differences?
We used the assumptions that ICF used, and they got that. They got a lot of their assumptions from either, they got the forecast from Evergy, and they got the estimates of cost from Evergy. And we just used those same assumptions. We used the same assumptions ICF did. And so there is building of infrastructure in the model, buried within the model. And I mean, Dr. Ellis is the one that put all this stuff together. She got it together, and then she gave it to me and said, play with this a little bit. But it is the way it's set up. I mean, we just didn't have time to go out and do research. We took what we could from ICF, and what we couldn't get from ICF, then we did the research on it. But the models include infrastructure development based upon what Evergy told us and what they used. So there's distribution costs in there, and there's also costs based upon, if you charge at work, you're probably gonna, if there's charging at work, somebody's gonna be charging during peak. And so that's included in what Evergy did, or what ICF did, I'm sorry. And so that's included in our models where we have regular rates. That use at the peak is included.
Well, I appreciate it. I'm not sure what to do with some of the information on how the cost benefit changes if we're successful getting folks to move on time of use rates. I suspect that's something we will look at in a next rate case. The only other line of questioning I had it's again related to time of use rates, but it's a little different. It's another thing you were speaking about, and something Mr. Lutz was speaking about, which is, from an academic standpoint, maybe it makes sense to move folks to a time of use rate, but there's a lot of, life that would prevent, even if we think it academically makes sense, it might be unjust just to force people onto a time of use rate, and it might not work for people. And I think Brad talked about that. Something they're studying is that, right now, all we have are sort of a whole house, whole meter time of use rate, and that there may be some alternatives to that, where you could maybe separate out EV charging to be time of use and encourage that, while maybe not having the harsh impact on some more the daily activities of the family. Is that something, I think maybe you've indicated that you don't have that answer yet, but is that something you have started to look into, of whether there are models that perhaps that are less harsh?
Okay, you have to have a second meter. If you have a second meter for the EV charging, then you can do a lot of different things, and you have much more flexibility. And you also have much better data rather than some AI guess at what people are doing. You know what people are doing. So my suspicion is that I don't know that I didn't hear him say this yesterday, but if you're going to do something like that, you have to have a second meter, just like there are heating programs that have a second meter for the space heating. Well, you'd have to have a second meter here. And if you had that second meter, yeah, the world opens up to you. And you can put the house on one rate design, and you can put that meter on a different rate design, or you can set things up much differently. I will caution that I agree with Brad. I don't like rates based on end use. We got into a lot of trouble doing that with heating discounts. And you can kind of get into that problem again, I think, with EVs. So it would be much better for the EV owners. Whether it'd be better for everybody else is another question.
I appreciate the feedback and suspect over the coming years and rate cases, we'll have opportunities to talk about rate design. So I appreciate it. And as tempting as your offer of reading the entire infrastructure bill was, I think maybe I will leave it right there. Mr. Neely, do you have any redirect?
I do not. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, if I could ask a question, follow up.
Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you. Dr. Glass, one comment you made intrigued me, and I'd like to have you address it if you would. I think you indicated that you thought a potential big risk to EV development and expansion is potentially posed by hydrogen. If you could, please, can you expand and kind of embellish your thoughts about the dimensions of that risk as you see it?
Okay, my analysis, analysis is too nice a word for what I said. My guess goes back and just looks at. I've actually read quite a bit about the history of electricity and the history of electric vehicles. For example, I don't know if anybody, in 1902, the first car to go 100 miles an hour was an electric vehicle. The original Model T, that was the first one, right? Model T. The original Model T was, Ford was planning to make it electric. Edison wanted electric vehicles, and he really worked on the problem of the battery and really made substantial gains. And he actually set up charging stations between New York and Philadelphia, 5 charging stations between New York and Philadelphia. By the, President Taft had an electric vehicle. Woodrow Wilson's wife, second wife that drove him around, had an electric vehicle. In the early 1920s, 28% of the vehicles on the road were electric vehicles. Then the internal combustion engine got better and it absolutely dominated. Charging is much better than it was back then, probably, but still, even with a fast charger, to get 200 miles of capacity, you probably need at least an hour, something like that, 40 minutes to an hour. Now, if you can really fast charge, it could be faster than that. Still, if something develops with hydrogen that's much more convenient than stopping for an hour and charging and then driving 250 miles, stopping for an hour and charging, then again, this is just my intuition of, given the Americans I've known in my life, they're going to go for the convenience. And that's a possible flipping point. Now, I have no idea. I know that Japan and Korea have spent a lot of money on hydrogen, a lot of money, and they haven't gotten very far. If somebody makes a breakthrough, it could happen. On the other hand, QuantumScape says by 2023, they're going to have an electric battery, a solid state battery. And if they, and they've actually, they sent it out. I mean, Toyota says they're going to have the same thing, but they haven't shown anybody anything. QuantumScape has shown people stuff. And Volkswagen has spent like $1.8 billion on this. So if they come up with a solid state battery that charges twice as fast, has twice as much capacity, and that comes out in 2023, you know, you could all of a sudden electric vehicles would be more convenient. I think the whole key to getting beyond, you know, the space we're in now is to make them convenient so people with 2 kids can go and get their stuff done and not have to worry. And not have to worry, not only that, but let's say, you know, you want to go, my wife and I go down to, or used to go down to Dallas before the COVID, go down to Dallas, we'd have to stop twice to charge if we only had 250 mile capacity. You eliminate that problem, and you know you have something better. By the same token, hydrogen's awfully plentiful in the universe. It's the most plentiful, you know, element in the universe. Somebody figures that out, and you know, Leo Hamus is next, and he can tell you the problems with it because he's told me. You know, if somebody figures it out, it could happen.
Thank you very much, Bob.
Well, I love this conversation.
Can I just ask Dr. Glass? So I'm really having trouble trying to imagine an apartment complex, a large one, how practically the charging would work in a facility that has, let's say, 400 apartments or 300 or whatever. And a lot of them have 2 cars. I mean, right now in a lot of those places, you have to just pay to get, you know, under a cover. But how practically is that going to work? And, you know, I get how residents do it, but I just don't know how somebody in a multifamily home is going to be able to do that.
You're not the only one. Nobody that I've heard of has come up with a good solution to that problem. One of the things that they do know about EV ownership, there are a third, just if you take out, if you control for income, a third more people, or a third less people have EVs, live in apartments than live in homes for exactly the reason you stated. There are different, I've spent some time studying Colorado because the Excel program in Colorado is, as was described today by somebody else, I think it might have been ChargePoint. The Excel program is massive in Colorado. It's over $100 million program. They have a lot of stuff they're trying to do with apartments. They have ride share you can put in, and you have to use a key to use the charger. You know, there are different ways you can try to control for it. But if you know, if I own a charger, I'm going to take care of it probably. If there's a charger out there that I can use, but you know, 200 people in this apartment complex don't use, or even 6 other people don't, there's going to be vandalism and stuff like that. It's always a difficult problem. The same problems, by the way, with public chargers. They had two public chargers at the hospital in Lawrence, and they were out of commission for about 3 weeks because somebody went in and stole all the copper.
Okay, so therefore, if you really can't practically charge at your residence, your multifamily, you're going to go to a charge station, a public one, which I believe competition, as Evergy calls them, or that they aren't competitors, but there's going to be a lot of folks putting in charging stations then to compensate for the fact that unless you're in your own private residence, it might be a little bit difficult to charge at your apartment complex.
Yes, I agree. That's that. And the other thing is, given how hard it is to employ people right now, to get people to, to find people. I mean, everybody has a problem finding people. I can see places putting in chargers, workplace charging could be a benefit. I remember that KU Med Center called us 3 years ago and said, can we put in chargers because we want to keep our doctors? And it's a benefit to them and they don't have to pay taxes on it. So, I told them, BPU dealt with them. I said, you need to talk to BPU, and I don't know what happened. But yeah, I think that it's a problem that's very difficult. They're going to have to use the octopus approach, come at it from 8 different directions.
Right. Thank you very much, Dr. Glass, and thank you, Chair French, for allowing me to kind of visualize that.
You're welcome. All right. I'm not going to jump back in as much as I love the conversation. Mr. Neely, I'm assuming you do not have any further redirect based on additional commissioner questions. Is that right?
I do not. Thank you.
Mr. Glass, you may step down. Thank you for your time and testimony. All right, let me find my agenda here. Well, we're still on staff, and Mr. Neely, you may call your next witness.
Staff would call Leo Hanos.
Mr.
Yes,
Hanos, good
yes.
morning.
Good morning.
Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Hanos. Just to verify, you're the same Leo Hanos that pre-filed direct testimony in this matter?
I am.
I just note for the record that the pre-filed testimony was already admitted yesterday, and I would tender Mr. Hanos for cross.
Thank you. Curb, Mr. Love, do you have anything for Mr. Hanos?
Herb has no questions for Mr. Hanos.
Ms. Griffin, does AFPM have anything for Mr. Hanos?
Yes, thank you. I think just one question. Mr. Hanos, in light of the non-unanimous settlement agreement that's been entered into, does anything about that change any of your direct testimony that you have given that's been entered into evidence?
No, it does not.
Okay. Nothing further. Thank you.
Thank you. Charge point.
No questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Evergy.
Thank you. Let's see if I can control this. Good morning, Mr. Hanos.
Good morning.
On page 14 of your testimony, line 14, you indicate that, I read that line anyway, that a public utility needs to stand ready to serve as a market develops. Is that a fair statement?
Yes, it is.
And do you agree that when a utility has to decide, or to do that, a utility has to build facilities today that will meet the demand of tomorrow?
Yes, they do.
And when a utility has to decide whether to make an investment to meet tomorrow's demand, such as an investment in generation or transmission or distribution, it relies on forecasts and estimates and other assumptions, doesn't it?
Yes, it does rely on those forecasts when those are based on some amount of history that they have to use to develop those forecasts.
Some amount of history, but it also looks at future projected growth assumptions, that type of thing.
It would have to do that as well. And I think you would, in my opinion, you would weigh what you learned from the past versus what you use to project into the future.
What on the same, or on page 15 here of your testimony, the next page, Are you with me? Line 16?
Line 16 on page 15?
Correct.
Yes, I'm there.
And there you're talking about how Evergy had estimated it'll take at least 5 months to build a typical charging station. That was an estimate, correct? It could be more, could be less.
I think it's based on their past experience with CCN. Yes, I think it could be. And I think Mr. Voris testified yesterday that that's a pretty rosy, pretty optimistic example, that it would only be a couple of months to nail down the real estate part of that.
Right. And even with that, the 5 months doesn't include if a utility would have to engage in a regulatory approval process before building the station, correct?
It does not.
On the same page here, up at line 9, you're talking about House Bill 2145 and how that removed the obstacles for non-utility ownership of CCNs or charging stations. Then you indicate that it seems probable the private industry would fill the gap to meet the demand for charging stations. Now, when a private company decides to install its ports, it's going to base its decision on a business case analysis, which involves whether it can make a profit for that investment, won't it?
It will.
And is a private company going to consider the impact on the electric grid in its analysis?
It may depend. It may decide on that. I don't know if it will or not. I think it's going to look at will the electricity that's available to them be reliable? Because without that, they wouldn't have a business plan. So in a way, they are going to consider that to some degree. They won't have the inside knowledge that a utility would have.
So they're going to look at the impact, you're saying, to the extent that it might affect their ability to get power, but not how it might affect everybody else.
That's correct.
Are they going to include in their analysis whether installing their port makes EV charging accessible to Kansas on a more equitable basis?
They could. I don't know if they will. That's up to them as part of their business plan.
That certainly is one of the goals that Evergy has expressed as the purpose and what they'll look at in determining where they're going to put their charging stations, correct?
It is what they've stated. I think looking at the past for the CCN, I don't know if they've really held to that very, very well.
All right. Thank you. That's all I have.
Sorry, I'm pulling up my agenda here again. All right, it looks like we have reached commissioner questions, and I will begin again with Commissioner Keene. If you have any questions for Mr. Hanos.
Just one. Good morning, Mr. Hanos.
Morning.
Leo, I was trying to find it. I wasn't able to find it as we were proceeding here within the confines of your testimony. But am I making a fair statement here that a part of your testimony is to the effect that a competitive market should be allowed to meet the needs for EV charging infrastructure before Evergy expands the CCN?
Yes, I think that's the essence of our position as the whole with staff.
Yes, yes. So in that respect, what is the most compelling reason to you why that is the case?
Well, I don't think we've really tested it yet. We have, some private investment that's out there, actually quite a bit. And they were put in, before the law that changed this last winter. And you can say that it was legal to sell power by time. It looks like it's on the ragged edge of circumvention to a degree, because you're providing electrical service for profit. And I'd say now they have much more certainty than that. Plus with the funding that's coming from the different government bonds and funds that are being offered, I think it's just on the cusp of seeing what the private industry can do. I don't think we've even really tested it yet.
Fair answer. Thank you, Leo. That's the scope of my questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Keen. Commissioner Duffy, do you have any questions for Mr. Hanos?
Commissioner Keen asked one of them. I have a second one. I'm on page 12 of your testimony, and I'm at the top of the page where there is a discussion about, does EKM have the same line extension CIAC contribution in aid of construction requirements as EKC? And you respond, no. Could you clarify the difference between the two entities a little bit more for me?
Sure. In my opinion, the EKC kayak tariff discusses a payout calculation. It puts it in there that you have to, if the investment can't pay out in 4 years, then the customer is required to make a contribution. EKM, if I'm saying this right, the Metro, the OKCPL one, does not include those type of payout limitations, but they have the same type of language. They get to define how they're going to come about what the customer is going to pay, if any.
Okay, so let's say I'm Susan's bolted up, and I'm gonna put in some stations, but it's going to require a line extension. So I do have some obligation to pay that expense, right?
You would pay the portion that the company calculated. If it's EKC now, you would pay the portion that the company calculated would take more than 4 years to recover from you, based on the revenue stream that they project for your station.
Okay. Does that come in over a period of time, or is that a one-time payment? Do they formulate a contract and then there's an amount?
It's my understanding that's a one-time payment, and it may be in advance of completing the project, at least in the ones that I've reviewed.
Okay, so kind of money in the bank before we dig a hole in the ground.
Yes, and there may be some, I think on some of the gas ones I've looked at, they pay it over time though. So there could go either way probably.
Okay, but if I'm in Olathe and I'm on the edge of town and in the last cornfield there that hasn't been turned into I'm going to put my station there, then it's not certain that I'll be paying, or it's at the company's discretion.
It would still be the company's discretion to calculate how reasonable they believe your revenue stream is going to be for them. And it's based on that calculation, they would come up with this this contribution from the customer.
Okay, so does staff get involved in those decisions or contracts?
Only to the extent that we receive a complaint about something, or someone thinks it's unreasonable, the amount they're being charged usually is the way I've been involved in those.
Okay, so that would mean they would come to you if they felt they were being taken advantage of.
The customer feels it's unfair and they want to see if is this the accurate calculation. And generally, I would say the utility does this, is generous to the customer and comes up with a fair calculation.
Okay, and so this is pretty routine, correct?
It has been, yes.
So when we look at the build out of EV from the private standpoint, this sort of exercise is going on so that ratepayers aren't just paying for somebody's whim to put in a bolt and run station in that last cornfield in Olathe, right?
That's correct.
Okay. Thank you. I appreciate that. I think my other question was answered. So thank you, Leo. I appreciate your help.
You're welcome.
Good morning, Mr. Hanos. I think I have a question for you similar to the question I've been asking kind of everybody. And it deals with the policy question of how we protect the competitive market in the event of a clean charge network from Evergy. And I guess as a pretext to this, I know that staff, I believe, put this in testimony, and it certainly came off this way, that staff was a little leery about getting too far outside the direction the commission gave in the 16-160 docket. But as far as just answering this question, I guess just presume it's a clean slate. and I would like to know your opinion. At page 15, this is, I think, the passage Ms. Kafer asked you about. It's your question starting at line 7, but your answer, you write at line 9, at any rate, it would not be unreasonable for Evergy to step up and build charging stations once the public demand for them was more certain and the competitive market has had an opportunity to meet that demand. I think it's in Mr. Grady's testimony, because I talked about the Grady test. But we've talked about some potential protections to protect the competitive market and maybe do what you're talking about here, those being that maybe Evergy needs to either only build in the underserved areas as we've now defined them, or give competitive market or competitive third parties an opportunity to build before they fill the gaps, as we've been saying. Assuming that Evergy could identify a need and they were either only building in an underserved area, or they could demonstrate that they gave the opportunity for competitive third-party entities to meet that need, and they didn't. Do you think those would be reasonable requirements to then allow Evergy, as you say here, to step up and build charging stations at that point?
I do. This may be a better question for Mr. Grady, but in my opinion, we're looking at where I don't think the 160 docket really even addressed the fact that they could not build these stations. They could build them if they could show a need.
Yeah,
we're still looking the same way. So I guess our differences are that we're looking to what has happened already. It kind of goes to what Mrs. Kafer was talking about as well. We're looking to what has already happened to say where do you need to respond to this shortage of this type of service, rather than trying to project to the future where we have this tsunami looking at us, right? So I think it would make sense to try to determine those areas where a station is needed within a certain structure as to how you make that determination. Obviously, I think that has to be out there as well. That's definitely a policy consideration for the commission, I think.
But you philosophically, if it were limited to a role as a gap filler, I think, as we've talked about, philosophically, that is more in line with what staff's recommendations are.
Yes, it is.
Okay. Thank you for that. That's helpful. Am I seeing a Commissioner Duffy question?
Yeah, I am. Mr. Hanos, if I think about it and I want to be a supplier for electricity, I'm assuming my requirements are going to be a lot less than starting up a gas station where I have to dig a deep hole in the ground under the Petroleum Violation Escrow Act and put in some huge, gigantic 1,000-gallon tank and arrange for trucks to come 3 times a week to fill that up, right? I mean, is there going to be an ease of somebody getting into the business to be an EV energy supplier versus somebody who's supplying gasoline and at a station?
I think it depends on where you locate the station, obviously, we talked about earlier, right?
Right.
If you want DC, FC type of facilities, you're going to need to be near three-phase power. So that's going to be something you're going to consider. It really depends on your business model as well. I think it was mentioned earlier that it's selling electricity is sort of a sideline for some of these guys putting these stations in. They want to draw customers into their facility, their stores for some other purpose. So all that has to be blended together to decide what your need is for the station, your case, use case.
Okay, so if I'm a Walgreens, Walmart, Holiday Inn, Olive Garden, I mean, all of those could potentially have a station, an EV filling station versus, and so it might be really a different model than the Quick Trip on the corner because of the infrastructure build underground. Versus if I'm a hotel, I already have a big line coming in to my facility and I could add to that. Is that correct?
I would hazard to guess that a lot of commercial stations even would have three-phase power available, depending on if they're located along a highway. So it just depends on where they're located and what their infrastructure is, how easily they can extend it. And then we're into the contribution native construction again too, for those type of costs to build facilities out to you. It could get pretty expensive if you have to build line very far.
Okay, all right, thank you. And thank you, Chair French.
Absolutely. All right, that is all I had for Mr. Hanos. Mr. Neely, did you have any redirect for your witness?
I do not have any.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Hanos, for your time and your
Thank you.
testimony. All right, Mr. Neely, you may call your next witness.
Staff calls Justin Grady.
Good morning, Mr. Grady. I'm going to swear you in. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do. Good morning.
Mr. Neely, he's your witness.
Morning, Mr. Grady.
Good morning.
Just to verify, you're the same Justin Grady that filed direct testimony and testimony in support of the settlement.
I am.
I would just note again that testimony has already been admitted and I would tender the witness for cross.
Thank you. Mr. Love, does Curb have any cross for Mr. Grady?
Herb has no questions for Mr. Grady.
Thank you. Ms. Griffin, AFPM cross for Mr. Grady?
Yes, very briefly. And Mr. Grady, I just wanted to ask of you, do you stand by the testimony that you provided in both your direct testimony and in, as well as testimony in support of the settlement agreement?
I do.
No further questions.
You charge point.
No questions. Thank you.
Evergy, Ms. Kafer.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Grady.
Good morning.
First, I'd like to clarify just a little bit on this decisional prudence issue with you. I'll take you to page 18 of your direct testimony. And it begins on line 11, where you've talked about the two parts of the request that Evergy's made regarding the CCN and decisional prudence.
Okay, I'm there.
Do you agree that item number 2 that you've listed there is not what Evergy is asking for pre-approval of in this case?
Yes.
And in item number 1 that you list, you say that they have a request for the commission to rule on the reasonableness, prudence of Evergy's decision to invest in its infrastructure before the decision is made. um, they really have made the decision, haven't they? They think that it needs to be done. They've made that decision to do it. Aren't they asking the commission to pre-approve it before they go forward with implementing that decision?
Yeah, I won't quibble with you on the choice of my words there. I mean, I would be fine, accepting that slight revision even to my testimony. I think it was, I view it as Evergy saying to the commission, we want to do this, but we need you to confirm or validate our decision. It's more of, if you don't agree with this, then it's not our decision anymore. So yeah, I'll accept your clarification there, I guess, with whatever additional commentary I offered.
Is it the term decisional prudence that you object to? And is there a different term I could use that you would find less objectionable?
No, I don't necessarily object to the term. I just, I try to go through in my testimony sort of an explanation of it's atypical for the commission to rule on a utilities decision prior to that decision being made, or to pre-approve a decision like that. It's atypical outside of the predetermination statute. And in the times that it has been done in the past, staff's perspective or opinion is that's not a shining example of a good regulatory decision. And, that in many facets, we believe that previous docket that has been referenced, the 1025 docket, sort of came back to bite us, or, was a bad decision on our part. I think that's a spectacular example of why we think that predetermination, sort of outside of when we have to do it, might not be the best idea. And so, I certainly am not testifying that the commission can't do it. It's more of, I certainly believe they have the authority. I just think that authority should be reserved for instances that are unique or special, or offer certain levels of ratepayer benefits. It's just the sort of thing I caution against.
Well, in this case, what we're facing is an existing policy statement by the commission from the 16160 docket, correct?
That's true. There is that docket out there. There is that policy decision.
And do you agree that if Evergy goes forward with the CCN investment, it would be directly contrary with the policy decision the commission made in the 16160 docket?
Oh, not necessarily. No, I don't. There's a lot of words and a lot of lines in that order. I've read it now, I'd say at least 4 times, once again late last night. And, and my reading of that order is that the commission said at that time, there wasn't enough evidence that that the CCN was necessary. And they, in my mind, the commission adopted a lot of staff's brilliant legal analysis in that docket. And I believe they essentially, adopted or affirmed the staff's legal position in that case, which is that it is a public utility function. But the question is, how much is necessary? Is it actually needed or demanded today? And, there's 3 or 4 places in that order where the commission says Evergy hasn't met its burden that this service is demanded, that this service is needed today. And so in my mind, if Evergy could meet that burden and show that the service is needed or demanded today, then I don't think it would be contrary to the commission's existing policy at all in that area. But there is still a question. I would agree with you. There's still an open question of should the competitive market fill this need instead of the public utility, right? And so I'd agree that there's certainly uncertainty about that element of it. And I don't object to being before the commission today to get the commission to weigh on that aspect of, of the uncertainty. I certainly don't object to that. I mean, that will be one positive element of this case being before the commission for sure.
Positive element of this case you see is getting some policy direction from the commission that we don't presently have. Did I understand that correctly?
Yeah, I mean, the other thing that occurred, right, is we did have the passage of House Bill 2145, if I have those numbers correct, and there I think there's a legitimate question of, did that change the policy directive of the commission? What was the policy directive of the commission? How relevant is it still today? I mean, it was 5 years ago. I definitely agree that in the context of the universe of the EV electric vehicle universe, that decision was certainly in its infancy compared to today, and with all of the additional information that we have before us. So yeah, there certainly are benefits certainly to the commission ruling in one form or fashion in this docket. Now, whether or not we could have accomplished that same thing other ways, there's a lot of procedural ways to accomplish sometimes what regulated utilities want to accomplish, as you know. So
one procedural way that was not available for the EV charging station or the program, the TE program that Evergy's proposed here, one way that was not available was 66-1239, the predetermination statute, correct?
That's right, yeah.
And the factors that a utility is supposed to include in an application under the predetermination statute, they aren't applicable to the TE program in this case, correct?
I agree with you, yeah.
So it wouldn't have made sense to include those factors in Evergy's application in this case.
That's right, I agree.
Just 1 second here. All right, I think that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Kafer, we now move to commission questions. And again, I will begin with Commissioner Keen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, Mr. Grady.
Good morning.
A couple of questions I anticipated asking, Ms. Kafer has asked and you've answered, so we'll move kind of down the trail a little bit. My first question to you, Justin, is this. If the commission were to approve Evergy's proposed expansion of the CCN, in your opinion, would that lay the foundation for an enhanced competitive EV charging environment or marketplace, and why?
Well, no. I mean, if the commission were to approve Evergy's CCN proposal that's actually in the application, sort of as opposed to some of the guardrails and the potential modifications that we've been talking about throughout this hearing, then I would have serious concerns about what that would do to the competitive landscape of the potential for other entities, third-party, non-regulated, private market entities to provide those services. There's one thing I was sort of hoping that we could have gotten into with Ms. Kafer that we didn't, and so thank you for the opportunity to discuss this. There was discussion yesterday about the fact that Evergy's existing CCN has not stifled competition. In fact, it's it's promoted it. There's more chargers now. There's more chargers relative to the existing customer base in Evergy Kansas Metro than there are in Evergy Kansas Central. Was the testimony that's in, I believe it's page 6. Page 6 of Mr. Boris's testimony. Okay, is the evidence that the company puts forth in that regard. They say, look, if you look at how many non-utility owned chargers are in Evergy Kansas Metro's territory versus Evergy Kansas Central, right? There's a disproportionately high number of those chargers in Evergy Kansas Metro territory than relative to Evergy Kansas Central. And relative to the number of customers that they have. So there's, 27% of their customers are in Evergy Kansas Metro's territory, but there's 33% of the non-utility owned chargers. And so they say, aha, right? That's evidence that we're not stifling competitive development. We're exacerbating it. We're helping it. We're promoting it. And so as I looked at that testimony, I really thought long and hard about that, because to be honest with you, I was worried. I thought, well, that's not going to be easy to defend against if I have to. And then I realized, I think they're looking at entirely the wrong metric, right? So that might work if per capita, there was the same number of EVs in both territories. But if you think about that metric relative to the number of electric vehicles in Evergy Kansas Metro versus Evergy Kansas Central territory, then I think you get quite a different view. You get quite a different conclusion, right? And so I actually have the numbers. And this stuff comes right out of the application. But if you look, so what Mr. Boris says is 1/3 of the 250 non-utility owned stations are in Evergy Kansas Metro's territory. That's 82 ports, okay, 82 stations to support 3,030 electric vehicles from the application, okay? Or in other words, that's 36.95 EVs per non-utility owned port. And if you did that same math with Evergy Kansas Central's current non-utility owned chargers versus EVs, what you get is 166 ports in EKC's territory, okay? And you get 1,997 vehicles, or 12.63 EVs per port. And so that's striking evidence in my mind. I mean, what that shows is that it takes 3 times as many electric vehicles in Evergy Kansas Metro's territory to support a non-utility owned charger. Or the converse is there's 3 times as many non-utility owned chargers. There's 3 times as many competitively third-party non-utility owned chargers in Evergy Kansas Central's territory today. And so for a lot of reasons, we had a lot of concern with the CCN proposal that was put forward by Evergy. That it was too broad, it was oversized, and it was not defined enough to protect the competitive market. And I apologize for sort of rambling on there, but I hope you found that information useful, Commissioner Keen.
I did indeed. I think you never shortchange thoroughness, and I think we're grateful for that. No, I appreciate that very much. Well, let me turn to probably the most difficult question I can conjure up for you, Justin, which is going to have a familiar ring because we've tread this territory with a lot of previous witnesses. Are there modifications or alterations, if you will, to the CCN as proposed here that could provide some guardrails or protections to better ensure or promote a competitive market in EV charging stations and also meet otherwise unmet demand?
Yes, I think there are. So thank you for the opportunity to address that. we do now have a definition of underserved that the parties have agreed to, right? And it admittedly, there's not unanimity amongst the parties regarding whether that definition of underserved should apply to the CCN proposal or not. But from my perspective, there's nothing wrong with using it for a criterion to meet for the development of the CCN. If the numbers that are there come from basically those relationships in terms of how many chargers you need per EV, how many L2 ports and how many DC fast charge ports you need. Those mathematical relationships come from the Department of Energy's modeling software, what is it called? The EVI Pro Lite software system, right? And so it offers, it's one view, but I believe it's a credible view. It's the view that is represented in many other state proceedings. It's the view that is used to define the administration's goals for electric vehicle charging stations. It's a widely used view. And it basically says that, for a given area, you need something between 20 and 30. You need an L2 port for between 20 and 30 EVs. And you need a DC fast charge station for between, 100 and 200 electric vehicles. And it depends on some of the parameters that you put into the software, but, those are the bookends of reasonableness. And that's why we landed on, this is a good definition of underserved, right? If you have 25 EVs, more than a ratio of 25-1 EVs to L2 charging stations, then you're out of line according to this infrastructure model that the DOE puts out. And the same thing with DC fast charge stations. And so what we've said, though, and this is a primary difference of opinion between ourselves and Evergy, and these are reasonable differences of opinion. In other words, reasonable, informed people can have a difference of opinion in this regard. And our view is that you should not try to stimulate the market demand. And in part, we are relying very heavily on what the commission said in 16-160 docket. We just view it as if there's a small town out there in a rural area and they don't have any electric vehicles, it should not be the job of Evergy to put in a charger and hope that somebody then later would buy an electric vehicle. And I think that's a fundamental difference of opinion between ourselves and Evergy. Our definition of underserved says you need to have 10 electric vehicles in a county. And then if you don't have a charger, an L2 charger, well, then you're underserved at that point. And what I like about it is it's relative to that 25-1 ratio. It kind of shows that, look, admittedly, the first 9 or 10 EVs are all underserved. But when you get close to a point of 50% of the population is underserved, it's time to put in the charger, right? And so anyway, I just wanted to go into a little bit of detail behind where that definition of underserved came from. I think it is applicable to the CCN. I think it could work. It definitely shows that the world is not quite as simple as some of the positions that have been put forward by some of the advocates in this proceeding, right? It's not as simple as saying, well, there's plenty of EV chargers in Kansas relative to the number of EVs. No, for the people in a rural community that there's 11 EVs and no public chargers, then I don't think it's fair to say that, that's a served, that's not an underserved community, because there might be too many chargers in a populated urban area 3 counties over, right? So I think it's a good start. I'm not sure if it's perfect, but I like the definition of underserved. And I think, to be honest with you, it shows that today, right now, the private market, competitive market, is not meeting the need for some of those stations, some of those counties. I'm sorry. It also shows that the 3 largest, most populated service territories of Evergy are currently not underserved. So I think it could work, and if Evergy, then you only have to get over the hurdle of, okay, well, what if, yeah, it's underserved, but what if, aided by the commercial rebate program, the third party market would step in? So that's why I think it's an and to Chair French's earlier questions of Mr. Ives. I think it's an and. It's is the area underserved? Okay, and then, well, what if we offer to pay for 30% of that station, and we get all the benefits of the competitive market without having to own and rate base and maintain this for the next 10 years? Well, then I think we ought to use that if we can, if that competitive market will fill the need. But if they attempt to use the commercial rebate program, or maybe some of these other grants that are out there from the infrastructure bill to stimulate the competitive market to put that charger in, and then the competitive market doesn't respond because it's a rural area and there's not enough potential profit for third-party entities, then at least this staff witness would say, I think they've made their case. That's reasonable. They should be able to put that in and provide that service so that they can meet the infrastructure requirements of the Department of Energy and this modeling software. So yeah, that's how I would suggest. That's what the modifications are that I would suggest.
Thank you very much for that. It's again, granular. It's very helpful. I appreciate the level of detail with which you approach these questions as well. Let's talk briefly, if we can, about the 16 and 160 docket and any parallels we have between that one and this. Kind of leaning on your experience base, which is rather substantial in this respect. Let me ask you essentially the question that I asked of Mr. Ives yesterday, which was that in terms of policy outcomes, how is the current CCN proposal in this docket different or distinguishable from that 2016 docket?
Yeah, I recall, I don't recall everything that Mr. Ives said, but I listened to his testimony, and I don't think I disagree. I won't say I don't disagree with any of it because I don't recall it all. But in general, this is a different proposal. But just not with a lot of detail, right? I mean, it's true that in 16-160, I think they really were in a lot of ways shooting for the moon. I mean, in other words, they were basing, now, full disclosure, I was not a witness in that case. I did not participate directly in that case. So my knowledge is based on the review of the public record that I tried to do extensively to prepare for this case. But, there were elements of their testimony that was predicated on, say, the high edge of the EPRI projections instead of the medium. So there are several areas of this proposal that are certainly less aggressive or less expansive. It is a more limited proposal. But the problem really, the problem really lies in the lack of definition and detail, in my opinion, that they provided in terms of what their plans were, and when you couple that with the fact that decisional prudence is binding, quite binding, I believe, that's where we had our biggest concern. To be honest, if the application had been crafted in a way that, that it sounds like potentially the commission is leaning with these guardrails and the modifications, our view would have been quite different. Our response to that would have been quite different. And but you still do have that question. One element of the policy, the policy question before the commission that still is quite in play is whether we should try to rely on the competitive market to meet the need if it will meet it, right? So that's definitely still an element that I believe is still in play, and really that's not any different between the two dockets, but there are other elements of it that are quite different.
Well, Justin, I appreciate your indulgence of my questions. I find your testimony here. I said something analogous when Mr. Ives concluded. I say with all sincerity to you, I find your testimony to be characteristically, quite frankly, it's thoughtful, thorough, and it's very professional. Thank you for your responses.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you, Commissioner King. Commissioner Duffy, do you have questions for Mr. Grady?
Good morning, Mr. Grady.
Good afternoon.
Or is it afternoon? I guess it is. Good afternoon. So.
But we are definitely going to get through Mr. Grady before we go to lunch.
So my question is, why back in 2015 did Evergy decide to get into the business of selling, of establishing EV selling points? Why did they do that?
I honestly don't know. I mean, it probably wouldn't be fair for me to answer that question because, I wasn't directly involved in the 16160 docket. So I've reviewed that record thoroughly, but I don't know.
Okay. I wonder sometimes if it was to check a box because some of the larger utilities were moving in that direction and it had some kind of sexy appeal to do.
Yeah, the only thing I would offer to keep in mind is, they have been believers in, the electric vehicle landscape or the electric vehicle, the possibilities of EVs since the beginning, right? And in part, their ambitions are perhaps what went against them in that 16160 docket, and that, the commission criticized the size of their proposal as basically being, way too large. And so I'm not sure. I mean, it was checking a box, but it was a very large box and a very large check mark, right? So they, I believe a lot of Mr. Ives' testimony yesterday, in that, they believe that EVs are a thing, are coming. They're here now and they're coming, and they believe that widespread adoption of EVs will be better for them, for their shareholders, and for ratepayers. After all, they sell electricity, right? And so if suddenly, instead of gasoline, people are using electricity to do, to transport themselves around, then surely that's going to be better for them. And I think, it's probably not much different than that in terms of their original motivations.
Okay, thank you. You're aware of the infrastructure bill, and I'm assuming you heard Dr. Glass's testimony as he went through in some detail on the elements of the proposed bill.
Yes, I am. I'm not near as well versed at the specific details of what are in those different bills as Dr. Glass. So I think it was an even better decision for him to testify before me because of that. Because I didn't have that level of detail, but what I know is consistent with what he said, which is, I'm not sure I've even seen the budget reconciliation bill, or I saw a summary put out by NASIO, National Association of State Energy Officials, of what was in, I believe, the infrastructure bill that passed the Senate. And I believe that was the 2.5 billion for the grant program and the 5 billion for what would go to the states. But it sounds like Bob's actually had some communication with somebody in the White House as to how that $5 billion would be allocated to the states. And that's all news to me.
So in his discussion, he did talk about underserved areas, and that there is some grant funds directed for rural and underserved areas, which I think you just had a discourse with Commissioner Keene about underserved. In your opinion, though, the fact that House Bill 2145 just got passed, and because typically in the middle of the nation, we're slow adopters of change, and do you really feel that yes, there's a measurement out there of what is underserved, but don't you believe that perhaps with the passage of 2145, the infrastructure bill, that some of these areas will resolve from the underserved list?
I don't know. I really don't. I mean, it is an exercise of predicting the future to a certain extent, right? I mean, there are non-utility owned chargers in Kansas. It sounds like yesterday you mentioned that you went out to that website and looked. I don't know if you were looking at PlugShare or the Alternative Fuels Data Center, the Department of Energy's website, but I think it is also true to say that today the majority of those chargers exists in more urbanized areas, right? And so it's certainly possible that the competitive private market will step in to fill these needs. Eventually, I mean, we have a lot of evidence, right? We have a lot of evidence that eventually the private competitive market will fill the need. If there is a need there, it will. We have a great, robust, entrepreneurial, free enterprise system in this country that I believe will fill the need. It may be a question of timing, and I don't know how long. I mean, full disclosure, I was not tracking the KDHE or the Department of Transportation's disbursement of that Volkswagen settlement proceeds, but I was somewhat surprised when I heard that all of that money had not been dispersed and that we were just now going through that RFP. That's not a criticism of them. I have no idea. I haven't talked to them about what it took to disperse that money. But I know that Christina Luke Fry, who works in my section, I know you know her well. She, I think, would argue quite vehemently that she's not, upper income or she's not a wealthy person. But I know that they bought a new Model 3 Tesla, and they did that when they had a Volkswagen that was covered under that previous settlement, that previous issue. They sold it back to the dealership, used the proceeds. They come out, came out quite well, and they bought a new Model 3 Tesla. But Christina has had that vehicle for a long time, 3 or 4 years. So I know that's all anecdote, but it does say to me that, well, maybe it's going to take a while for some of this federal money to be distributed. And all I know is that, you know, right now, there are counties that are underserved relative to, we're not talking about stimulating demand or meeting market demand. But right now, there are counties that are underserved. If you buy into the Department of Energy's formulas, if you buy into that infrastructure assessment modeling, there are counties in Kansas today that are underserved. And there's, you know, and you can meet a lot of that underserved need by just putting one DC fast charge station in those counties, admittedly. But there are counties that are underserved, and so that it's all a policy decision of the commission. But that's something I think that should be weighed in terms of the wait and see approach. Would be now I don't think Evergy should go out and build a CCN necessarily in those counties, but I do think it's reasonable to say, well, let's try to see if your commercial rebate program, do everything you can and advertise and really promote this commercial rebate program and see if you can get the competitive third-party market to put a station in that rural county. And if they won't, well, then at that point, I think we have evidence that the market isn't going to fill that need. And maybe it is time to see if Evergy would put that station in.
But is that the role of a monopoly versus state government or local government to determine the public policy and that it's not being met of underserved? And when I think of underserved, we have a lot of counties who are underserved because they don't have, they only have one post office. They don't have a hospital. They don't have grocery stores. They don't have playgrounds. Not even to mention, oh, where's the Starbucks? Where's the Chick-fil-A? I mean, they're not even, a lot of people complain about they're underserved because they don't have a Chick-fil-A within 5 minutes of their house. These counties fall desperately into underserved because of the diminishing population. You're right. And the county seats are 40 miles apart from county to county. And that was by design so that when you were riding horseback, you could get there in a day's time. That was part of the decision that went in to location. But as we mentioned, or I mentioned yesterday, some of the counties that are most underserved are not in Evergy's territory. And that's an issue as well. But I just get the feeling that we haven't let 2145 and this whole initiative of this of the Biden administration to have EVs prominent as a mode of transportation, that we're just kind of gathering steam on that. And are we too quick to whistle, hey, here's an underserved area?
So, you know, a lot of good discussion there. Not, you know, no easy answers, certainly. But in terms of the list of underserved counties that that parties filed, of course, those are all in Evergy's service territory. And, you know, as for whether a monopoly should be the one that's providing infrastructure to cure the, you know, the status of underserved for electric transportation, that is a big question. That's a big policy question that's certainly squarely within the authority and the realm of the commission to answer. In part, you know, we took a lot of our cues for our stance in this docket from the 16160 docket, right? And that's that's by design, because that's our job. We're deferential to previous commission orders of the commission until those orders are no longer the sort of law of the land in our eye, right? Because our job as staff is to represent the public interest and public generally and balance the options. And that's basically the same, that's the same job as the commission. So when the commission rules on an issue, we don't second guess that until we're told that we're wrong. And so when I look at that order, certainly it rejected Evergy's CCN, but it also pretty well bought off on the legal analysis of staff, which was that this is a public utility function. It's just a question of can the third party market provide this just as well, or so, and admittedly, that's all up in the air now that House Bill 2145 has been passed. So I don't know.
Well,
they're interesting questions.
Yeah, and you list, starting on page 21 of your testimony, all the competitors. Beam Global, there's a solar provider of EV service, Evgo, Blink Charging, ChargePoint, Electrify America. And then you also talk about local initiatives. So it seems like there are a lot of competitors out there, and that perhaps, as EV adoption becomes more pronounced, they're looking at the data too. And you're right, there'll always be underserved areas, and we'll have to discuss whose responsibility that is. But I do believe that already you're seeing in this state administration that they're making overtures to address some of those concerns. Thank you, Mr. Grady. I appreciate your sharing information today.
Yeah, thank you for your questions.
All right, I'm going to be as quick as possible so we can all get to lunch, but I'm not going to guess at how long that I'm not going to define quick. First of all, thank you for pointing out staff's brilliant legal analysis in the 16160 docket. Someday we'll find out who that lawyer was, but we don't need to get into that now.
That was shameful. I know. I'm sorry.
But I just want to follow up on a few themes that you've addressed with my fellow commissioners, because these are the most important items that this docket boils down to me, and they all fall, squarely within your testimony. So just briefly, because it was the last item you all talked about, whose role should it be to serve underserved areas or to fill gaps? I think that's an interesting conversation. You would agree, though, that under the current paradigm, it is the monopoly utilities obligation to serve, say, somebody in a rural county that moves into Westar's territory, and maybe it's not profitable, but they are the one that has that obligation to serve, right?
They do. They have the obligation to provide electric service. I guess that could come down to a definition of what electric service entails or encompasses. I'm just being completely honest. Which I always am. I do feel somewhat compelled by Evergy's explanation of EV drivers as mobile consumers. I do. I understand that the Department of Transportation might have a role, for a variety of reasons. Governmental entities are playing in this space, but Evergy is the electric provider. And that's the paradigm, and that's the legal realm, is that they're the sole provider of electricity. Now, House Bill 2145 has clarified that you can put up basically an appliance to help them sell that electricity. But if they're not doing it and there's customers that are underserved, you know, someone can say, well, they can charge at their house. Well, what if they have an outage? What if they just have an outage? You know, I lost electricity the other day for 2 hours just with no notice whatsoever. And what if I needed to drive to work? I don't know. I just have sort of bought off on our biggest concern at this point is if the competitive market can build it, we should let them. But if they're not going to, we're not dramatically concerned that the monopoly utility is doing it, not to the level that we're talking about. You know, it is true that $13.5 million sounds like a lot, and it is a lot of money for anyone on this call. But when you compare that to a rate base that's $4 or $5 billion, I mean, literally, it might not change the rates enough to change the billing system, to change the rate in the decimal point. It's really not that much money. The much bigger overarching concern that we have is what that investment would do to stifle the competitive market and the potential loss of those benefits of competition. That's always been our biggest driving policy objective. It always has been. If you go back to 2015 and look at Jeff McClanahan's letter, the first thing we started off with is we are concerned that you will stifle a competitive market.
Thank you. That's really good explanation of where you are. I think, and that gets into what Leo and I discussed, which is, you know, if you have guardrails that do protect the competitive market, that probably does get closer to staff's philosophy. The question I guess I then have is the same question it's going to be a twist on it, but it's the question I posed to Mr. Ives of whether the two guardrails we talked about, you know, making sure it's in an underserved area, or they've given the opportunity to a competitive provider to fill that service, whether that should be an or an and. And before I get your opinion, you said you think it should be an and, but I want to throw out two concerns I have with that. First is the one I think Mr. Ives mentioned, which is the utility might clearly see a need, some specific need in an area that is not technically underserved, but they do see a need. They offer it to they put up notice to the third parties. Hey, these people need to be served, and it just doesn't happen. And so they need the flexibility, they say, to follow through and build that. That's concern number one, that there's not enough flexibility for them to build in an area that's not technically underserved. The other concern I guess I have, I didn't think about it until you were testifying, and it relates to the situation of having a county that is not technically underserved yet because maybe they only have 3 EVs. And maybe I'm colored on this because I grew up in a pretty rural situation. And I'm a believer in some degree of universal service, that there should be some minimum amount of service available to people. I guess how Mr. Ives was stating that the level of service they provide shouldn't be a barrier to somebody who wants to go and you know, be served in this way. Now, I have no doubt if Evergy goes and puts in, 50 level 2 chargers in some rural county with two EVs and puts in 10 DC fast chargers, staff would recommend a disallowance. But I do have a concern that just because that area is not technically underserved yet, because it just doesn't have the critical mass of EVs, that they couldn't look at putting in some charging infrastructure. Are those reasonable concerns? Is that where you say reasonable folks could differ? Or are those such edge cases that maybe it's not worth quibbling, and the test really should be an and?
Well, those are, not easy questions to answer, but I certainly wouldn't call them unreasonable. So I think it's certainly a policy call for the commission, but we have drawn a pretty hard line on the idea of build it and they will come, and I just think that's an honest difference of opinion between ourselves and Evergy. They, I think, still believe that in the example that you gave, that maybe there's not 10 EVs there because there's not a charger, and we need to put one in there. It's obviously underserved because there isn't one there. And we do have a concern in that regard, I guess because of the slippery slope or scope creep. At that point, you could probably put together an investment case pretty easily that would start to move the needle and say, hey, we need a charger in every single one of our communities that has more than 10 people in it, because we need universal service. And as we know, universal service funds can, be a problem, a bane of contention, an issue. And so, it's a policy call. And, one of the interesting things and difficult things about this docket is there's very little objectively quantifiable, ways to make a decision for sure. And in part, like my discussions with with Commissioner Duffy, we are in part relying on and following that guidance from the 16160 order. That was pretty stark and pretty direct that it is not the job of a public utility. It's not a public utility function to stimulate or jumpstart demand. And so, we've drawn the line there, and we think that's concerning or problematic. So that addresses the issue of a rural area that doesn't quite yet meet the definition of underserved. As far as, something within the county and such that the county itself is not underserved, but, perhaps an apartment complex or a cluster of apartment complexes would be considered to be underserved. That too is not an easy question, because we're basing our, we're putting a lot of faith and we're relying on the mathematical relationships that are in these Department of Energy infrastructure studies. And I don't think they get to that level of granularity. So I don't know how you determine that an apartment complex is underserved. I suppose that's something that the commission could order us to undertake, or that we could all, attempt to nail down. But I basically, I think because of the 16160 order, I would still prefer that be based on actual EV customers in that area, because if the definition was just that there's not a charger there, well, there's a lot of apartment complexes in Evergy's service territory, and you can build a lot of chargers. And, I think at that point, you really do get into a question of stranded costs and who should be responsible for those costs. And so, but I got to say, I lived in an apartment for for a lot of years here in Topeka when I was in college, and before and after. And now I do actually know somebody that has an electric vehicle a Tesla, that lives in an apartment complex, that charges their vehicle with an extension cord that they, drag out to their vehicle from their first floor apartment. So I think it's possible, but going forward, if we're going to greatly expand the use of electric vehicles, then we probably do need to have some sort of infrastructure requirement in multi-unit dwellings. But how do you define exactly what that should be and what the parameters are? That's not an easy question.
So it's fair to say that you are still an and. But if the guardrails were that it be an underserved area, and we gave the competitive market an opportunity, a reasonable opportunity, perhaps as outlined in your testimony under the Grady test.
Just
that may be reasonable.
One more quick thing I think to think about is, a potential criticism of the test is, or below that threshold of underserved, right? Let's just say 3 vehicles. What somebody could say is, well, of course the competitive market isn't filling that need because there's only 3 vehicles there, and they are a private, for-profit entity that exists in a competitive market, and they don't have the luxury to just put stuff out there and hope customers will show up someday. So, and that does go back to Commissioner Duffy's concerns of, hey, this is a monopoly, right? And why should ratepayers pay for those investments to serve some future customers that may not ever show up? So I don't know. There's not a lot of easy answers here, but at least if you get to the position where you have 10 EVs, well, now, right? Now you're halfway to the point where the Department of Energy would say you need to build a charger. And so at least at that point, I'm not sure it was perfect, but our view was, well, now you're half of your potential population is underserved. And so somebody could argue at that point the private competitive market has already failed those customers, right? This is historical data. There's 10 EVs in that small rural county and there's no public chargers. Why? Right? And so anyway.
It's good conversation. I appreciate the context. The last thing I want to get your viewpoint on, because this is I guess a utility finance philosophy question, and in my opinion, there's probably no better person to get their opinion on this than you. And it's something that I explored with Mr. Casely yesterday, and it is this issue of understanding Evergy's motives in this proceeding. And I have seen testimony and comments that, this is a moneymaker for Evergy. And no doubt there, as you described, there is financial upside. But maybe if you could just give me your perspective on, is this docket from an investor motivation standpoint, is this similar to, say, the STP, capital spending plan, or is Evergy pursuing this program for different reasons?
Yeah, that is a tough question for me to answer. So I don't, but I was I found it curious that Evergy's proposal and to be honest, their response to our direct testimony didn't indicate more flexibility on their part, right? We were really hopeful that our test, our proposal, our alternative would have gained more traction with them, and it just didn't. It wasn't even addressed in rebuttal. It was almost as if we hadn't even made the recommendation. And and there are quantifiable concerns that I had in my testimony where I was concerned about the size of the program given the DOE modeling, and so I don't know why. I feel like they were quite inflexible with regard to their proposal and the size of it, and letting them have the discretion to put those chargers where they wanted, when they wanted. And I don't know, that was sort of odd. but a lot of yesterday's conversation was much more accommodative and flexible. And so I am somewhat stumped by sort of the two sides of that. $13.5 million of rate base investment. So just give me 1 second. That is 0.15% of their capital budget for the next 5 years, right? 0.15%. So, and anybody that's really dug into Evergy's, like, that you said, the STP docket, they have a large and aging distribution system that's in real need of repair. And so there's billions of dollars of potential capital that they could expend on their system. And so I do agree with Mr. Casely in that regard, that if this was purely about, padding rate base, I don't believe it's that. I really don't. But again, I'm sort of surprised how inflexible they were with regard to the size of the CCN. But all of that being said, I think there may very well be common ground. That this guardrails approach may be a reasonable way to move forward. It is really a pretty modest proposal if you look at, in terms of what we put forward in the settlement agreement. I don't know. I think what I would say is I probably can't accurately say exactly what Evergy's motives are, but from staff's perspective, there's a lot of learning and a lot of reporting and a lot of value in the settlement agreement, right? Because if you believe that this is coming, and I think we do, you might have some difference of opinion amongst individuals within staff as to whether they believe this is coming. But I think collectively, we do believe this is coming based on the major auto manufacturers, recent announcements. And if you believe this is coming, there's going to be a day where managed charging is quite important, and figuring out how to do that and learning as much as we can, there's a lot of value to that. So that's certainly one of Evergy's, that's one of staff's views or motivations. I think that's one of Evergy's motivations. And then, you'd be naive if you didn't think that Evergy is at least partially motivated by profit, right? Their bosses are shareholders at the end of the day. They also have to answer to commissioners, and commissioners aren't happy if customers aren't happy. And so they serve a lot of masters. But if EV penetration is successful, and if EVs really take off like are predicted, everybody really stands to benefit from that, and from the electric ratepayer and shareholder perspective. So I think they see it as a win-win, and I think that's probably inherent in their motivations as well. What the gradients is between those two different competing factors, I'm not sure.
Thank you, Mr. Grady, for that nuance. I believe that concludes any questions I would have. Mr. Neely, do you have any redirect for your witness?
I don't have any redirect.
All right. Thank you for your time and your testimony, Mr. Grady.
Thank you.
All right. I am looking at my agenda and I don't see any more witnesses. So before we conclude our hearing, I want to briefly go over final items. I don't believe the parties have asked to make closing statements, but we do have a briefing schedule. We have an Evergy initial post-hearing brief due October 8th, staff and intervener briefs due October 22nd, and an Evergy reply brief due November 5th, with a final order due in this docket from the commission by December 6th, 2021. Are there any final concluding matters that the parties need to address before we adjourn? Hearing none, this does conclude our hearing in docket number 21 EKME 320 TAR. Thank you all for your time, and we are now adjourned. Thank you. Take care.
Thank you.